Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Multiple Wyoming lawmakers and a Cheyenne-based car dealer voiced concern Friday over a federal requirement for mandatory kill switches in 2027 model vehicles. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one dealer calls it Big Brother, while a state legislator says it's draconian.
Representative Daniel Singh has been outspoken on this for a while, and he's called it satire, not policy. He was not alone, however. And Representative Mike Yins, a Democrat, told me it's the state's business if the state wants to hand down some kind of mandate like this, not the federal government. And he said, I don't know why the federal government's always trying to tell us what to do.
The requirement passed in the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, but it's about to become a reality as 2027 model year vehicles trickle into the market starting this year. Father Chad Rippiger is one of the Roman Catholic Church's most experienced and well-known exorcists. Cowboy State Daily's Zack reports that originally from Casper, Rippiger says he never asked to fight demons.
He wanted to be a priest and an academic and really focus on Catholic academics, but he was asked by the church to focus on exorcism. And this was at a time when the church was globally focusing on expanding exorcism institutionally.
Father Rippiger tells Cowboy State Daily that he's gained visibility in recent years after successive popes have directed dioceses to expand the use of exorcism in response to what Rippiger says is a rise in diabolical influences. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Attention motorcyclists, this year be sure to do your part in keeping everyone safe on Wyoming roads. Wear high visibility gear and make yourself seen. Do your part and share the roads safely. This has been another safe driving update from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A California man who was killed by elephants while on safari in Africa was a frequent hunter in Wyoming and close friends with a Douglas outfitter. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Dax McCarty says the media portrayal of his friend, California vineyard owner Ernie Docio, is wrong.
Those media portrayals of him as just a rich guy that was out over there killing things just for thrills. You know, he said that's wrong. That's a misconception. That's not who this guy was. And then I also talked to a couple Wyoming residents who've actually been on safari hunts in Africa. And they said, yeah, it's no joke over there.
McCarty tells Cowboy State Daily that according to what he was told by Docio's family, Docio died almost immediately when he was gored by a female elephant on April 17th in the Central African country of Gabon. The maker of an AI-powered robot chef wants to move its manufacturing from China to Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that FoodEase CEO Kishore Kadru says once you load the robot with ingredients, it will drop them into the pan, stir, and cook, according to an app-driven recipe.
I see a lot of people conflating this or confusing this with a crock pot. It's not a crock pot because with a crock pot, you dump all the ingredients in at once and they all cook for the same amount of time. This is putting each ingredient in as needed. What Kishore would like to do, if he can get enough interest in this product, he'd like to move the manufacturing to America. So that's kind of how that played out. It's not that this is a Chinese company locating in America. They'd like to move it to Cheyenne, Wyoming instead.
Kadru is normally a real estate developer and business owner in Cheyenne, but has lately become one of Food E's primary beta testers. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the Fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
And good Monday to you. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on May 4, one day before Cinco de Mayo, whatever you call that, May 4th. Great show for you today. Laura Blaul will be here, Senior Wildlife Fellow with the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. We're going to talk about safeguarding your property against wildfires. Zack will check in. Uinta County rancher and just back from a trip to Washington, D.C. with a young farmer, the Wyoming Farm Bureau, and young future farmers there. Speaker of the House, Chip Neiman, pops in. We'll talk a little bit about his run for Senate. Larry Barttelbort, Colonel Barttelbort, we'll stop by the show to discuss Cowboy Soldiers, one of the coolest. I mean, I call it a coffee table book because it's got so many photos, but it's just a history of the Wyoming National Guard, a topic that'll come up a couple of times today. Domenic Bravo, the latest Wyoming tourism slogan is Mavericks Wanted. Are you ready to visit Wyoming? Domenic will share a little bit about the new campaign. He's the executive director of the Wyoming Office for Tourism. Shaul Hurwitz will be here. He's the guy who measured how much water Old Faithful spews when it goes off. Nobody had done it till Shaul said, well, let's find out. He'd always wanted to do it. Texas-based energy and public policy advocate Jason Isaac will be on the show. He's the founder of the American Energy Institute, and this should be a very interesting topic. Jason would caution folks in Wyoming, I believe. We'll hear what he says, but I'll bet he's going to caution Wyomingites when it comes to the pushback now recently on AI data centers. Is it really organic? Is it local? Or is it something planted from foreign adversaries, particularly China? Is China trying to influence us without our knowing to be anti-data center and AI? It's happening, Jason says. I can't wait to chat with him about that. Brittany Wardle will be on, the Community Prevention Project Director, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. Brittany is going to talk about brain health, safeguarding yourself against stroke. Big event coming up on May 9th. Governor Mark Gordon stops by. Should have led with that, right? I mean, he's the governor. He just got back from Tunisia, where he was an invited guest for joint military exercises. This Tunisia, Wyoming connection goes back over a decade. And the governor got to go over there and watch these exercises. Exercise African Lion 2026. It is the largest annual event where a joint military event. It's been hosted by Tunisia for over a decade now, I think. And Wyoming National Guard. I mean, come on. Historic. The National Guard we're going to talk about quite a few times today. And former Rawlins Mayor Terry Weickum will be on the show to explain why the sewer's always breaking in Rollins. You probably saw that story last week about Rollins. They got issues. Meanwhile, let's get a Monday weather forecast to you. A little bit of rain creeping into the forecast. Still mild, though. Cast for a slight chance of rain after 3. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 60. Lander, you'll tap out 64. Could see rain showing up in Lander around 2. Evanston, chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, partly sunny, 62. Rock Springs, upper 60s. If you get rain, it'll be late afternoon in Rock Springs. Pinedale, chance of rain around 3. Clouds on the increase, highs 63. Afton, chance of rain as well, with the highs of 66. DuBois, partly sunny with rain showing up in the afternoon, highs 58. Jackson, rain in the afternoon, highs 66 in Jackson. Thermopolis, a chance of rain, otherwise partly sunny, breezy, 62. Cody, rain on the way at about 4 p.m. with a high of 54. Buffalo, clouds on the increase today, highs 50, chance of rain by late afternoon. Same with Sheridan, really, with highs 53. Gillette, slight chance of rain in the afternoon, clouds increasing, breezy, 52 the high. Newcastle, rain in the afternoon, highs in the upper 50s. Torrington got a chance of rain around 3-ish, otherwise partly sunny, 66. In Cheyenne, look for afternoon rain, partly sunny start to the day, high 65, 60 in Laramie with rain likely in the afternoon. Chance of rain in Rawlins as well, showing up mid-afternoon with highs 63. That's what it looks like on the day with a forecast around the state. Day will be here next hour to explain. We always like to put our meteorologist on the spot. If you see weather you don't like, Lucy got some splaining to do. We'll get Donde on here. He loves it when I complain about the weather. What else is there to complain about? The weather is never perfect for everybody, right? Kentucky Derby ran. Nobody had the winner in my informal poll that I took on Friday's show. I asked every guest I could remember to ask who they had. Some were eager horse people, including Kyle Ridgway. I mean, after all, he basically runs the horse industry in Wyoming. And Kyle went with my favorite, the Puma. And that horse was a late scratch, and I never did find out why. I wonder if they're holding that horse. I can't imagine what the Puma scratched. Let me see if I can find out why that horse scratched. It makes, swelling in his leg. Okay. Oh, darn. Yeah, err on the side of caution. That's tough because, boy, there was a lot of late money buzz on the Puma. I had real excitement about something there. Chief Wallaby, I was high on. But of all our picks of folks that we had on Friday, including some that admittedly didn't know the Kentucky Derby was happening and needed a list of horses to pick one, nobody had Golden Tempo. Bit of a long shot. Made Derby history as the first female The first woman to train a Kentucky Derby winner. Golden Tempo edged out the favorite, Renegade. Renegade went off the rail, and I think the owners said it's not what they would have chosen for a post position. They didn't like running out of the one hole. 152nd Kentucky Derby is in. Sherry DeVoe made history. First woman to train a Kentucky Derby winner. I saw many videos of her after with the horse, the winning horse in the stable. It looks like a really chill horse. Some horses, obviously a 2-year-old racehorse, thoroughbred, these horses are hot. They are jacked up. I'm not saying on any funny steroid business, any word that ends in OID, but they run hot, and they can often be hard to handle. But Golden Tempo looks like the goofiest, chillest horse ever. Loves to work his mouth on things. And what a win. Came from way back. I think that horse was at one time like dead last in a pretty fun derby. And the backlash this Monday is the national anthem. People did not like, for the most part, the anthem played by the Tedeschi Trucks Band. That's Susan Tedeschi and her husband, Derek Trucks. Susan Tedeschi, both of them are guitar virtuosos. Grammy Award winning. That group won a Grammy in 2012, Best Blues Album. They're really good. And this is not their first anthem. They played a Star Spangled Anthem for the Jacksonville Jaguars NFL football in 2023 and just this past season, and received primarily praise for the performance, but maybe it was the wrong fit. I didn't hear it. I barely had time to remember to turn on the race. I certainly didn't hear the national anthem before it. Star Spangled Banner, Tedeschi Trucks Band performed, and a lot of fans, not impressed. They said the mix was off. It was very guitar heavy. Duh. And you couldn't hear the lyrics real good. Well, of course it's guitar heavy. That's what both of them do. Susan Tedeschi is one of the greatest guitar players living today. I put her ahead of Derek Trucks. Trucks isn't too bad either. The husband-wife duo. But yeah, receiving a little bit of flack because people have nothing else to do but complain. One fan tweeted, "Good gosh, that's the best you could find to sing. No passion, sad." Others chimed in about how loud the guitar was. Hey, you can't please everybody. And sometimes too much is put into, the national anthem performer choosing one. It's just the anthem, just get somebody good and be done with it. But you make these reaches sometime in who, what name act you're going to get. And well, guess what? Sometimes it blows up in your face when you have, what's her name, do the anthem. Who's that sitcom? Oh, my brain it's Monday. She did a long time sitcom. All you got to do is type in worst national anthems, right? And there's been some real crash and burns. Roseanne Barr. That was the one. Ooh, that was bad. Yeah, when Roseanne Barr sang the anthem at a 1990 San Diego Padres game. And that's what you get when you hire Roseanne Barr to sing the national anthem. She's a bit of a powder keg. You don't know what's going to come out of her mouth. Screeching vocal performance, and then I think she capped it off with a middle finger. Nice, Roseanne. Also, people didn't like Michael Bolton's 2003 Star Spangled Banner. He was caught reading the lyrics from his hand. Well, sometimes when it's, stressful, you might forget the lyric. Many people have forgotten the lyrics. Wouldn't be the first time. News over the weekend on the national scene. Rudy Giuliani hospitalized in critical condition. I have not heard what it is. He's an 81-year-old former New York City mayor. Obviously, politics is Giuliani's deal. He's been hospitalized, critical condition, Rudy Giuliani. And then 3 dead in a suspected virus outbreak on an Atlanta cruise ship. The hantavirus is being blamed for this. WHO, that's WHO, World Health Organization, reported 1 confirmed, 5 suspected cases aboard a ship traveling from Argentina to Cape Verde. And deaths already. How does the hantavirus, that's like mouse droppings virus. If you see cases of this in the U.S., it's usually in like New Mexico. But how do the mouses get on a ship? Well, rats have been on ships since the beginning of time. That's why you got to have a cat or two around. And Spirit Airlines closed down like overnight, shut down, not declared bankruptcy, not entertained offers to be bought out. I mean, just canceled flights, stranded thousands of travelers. Spirit Airlines is no more, at least today, as they shut down just virtually overnight. Canceled flights like immediately. That and video's now been analyzed from the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Appears to show, this is the New York Times reporting, appears to show the suspect in the attack shot at a Secret Service officer who then returned fire. Yeah, I saw that in the video too. It took you a week to analyze that piece of video. Like, that was easy. All right, we got to dive into our guests. Laura's going to be here momentarily. We'll talk about securing your home against wildfires. Zack Gill joins us this hour. Also, Uintah County cow-calf operation rancher. Always love to have the ranchers on. We'll dive in, dig in right after these.
Hey, Wyoming. Ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
All right, we're back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. And we're, 4 days into May? And I will remind you, it's National Wildlife Awareness Month. May is good month for it because, boy, that season is on us before you know it. Laura Blaul joins us. She's Senior Wildlife Fellow with the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, IBHS. And prior to that, I do want to talk a little bit about your experience in California, Orange County, your fire service. I'm not sure your exact titles. I think you had a few, but you were instrumental in pre-fire awareness or preventing fire or preparing yourself for fire, including the development of Ready, Set, Go. That program is now pretty much everywhere. Orange County fire, like California. Every year it seems to be burning, Laura. But yeah, how was that experience?
I had a great career in the fire service. So I did retire as fire marshal and spent a lot of time working on the wildfire issue in California. Like you said, developing Ready, Set, Go, because we came to the realization that it's not a fire service problem. It's really a community problem, and everybody needs to do their part to make sure that homes are protected and people are protected.
Yeah, if anybody is saying, why can't the fire department put this out or put these out, when they get to large scale, it's often, it's beyond, it's up to Mother Nature at some points. But with over 30 years experience in California, Laura, can you say that the average homeowner, it does have tools available to him or her to safeguard your home? There are steps you can take, beginning with your home build, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But if you already have a home, there's stuff you can do. And now, thanks to a new program expanded now to additional states, including ours, Wyoming, the IBHS, the nonprofit conducting research on ways to strengthen your home against wildfires. You can maybe see insurance discounts for doing the program, taking part in the program, and having certification in the program. So can homeowners do stuff that, give you a fighting chance in some of these big wildfires?
They absolutely can. Some of the most effective steps are simple and affordable. Cleaning the debris from your roof, your gutters, around the base of your home, and then going a few steps further, finding those entry points for embers and blocking them with 1/8 inch metal mesh over your vents. And just making sure, look around your home and find out where embers can get in. But we have a good guide to help people do that. Take those steps. I see. I'm on the wrong end of your suggestions. There are pine needles built up in the gutters right now. I'm just a renter, but still, it's on me. And I also have plastic gutters, which they probably just melt and fuse to the home and start burning.
So, yes, pine needles, what a fire starter those are. And I'll bet you got them laying around from last fall.
Right. Yeah. Just looking at those, the vinyl gutters are, like you said, they can fail. The debris inside the gutter catches fire, and you get a melty goo that can actually sustain flame and catch your home on fire. So you want to make sure you replace those with metal gutters or get a gutter cover, a leaf guard over the gutters.
I also have a wood deck. It's probably 1 billion years old. It hasn't been treated in a long time. I'm sure it's tinder dry. And I have lawn furniture. Some of it is wood in nature. But what about our back deck, the front porch? Those are places where fire loves to grab hold and get started.
Correct. So the vulnerability with decks is the debris that collects under them or any storage that you have under there. Embers blow under, ignite that, and start a fire that then burns your deck and leads the flames to your home. So you want to make sure you clean that out. We even suggest putting metal mesh around the bottom of your deck so that debris can't collect in there. And if you do have furniture, if you can get metal framed or aluminum frame furniture, and you can bring the cushions in on a red flag day or when the winds pick up. So you can make sure that the deck isn't a vulnerable spot where embers collect and flame develops and burns your home.
Yeah. And, how about the misnomer, Laura? You've probably seen many, bad fires, wildfires. In some people's mind, it's a wall of fire. That's what Hollywood has shown us that a wildfire is. But your home can ignite with an ember a mile away from the fire. And these embers can not only fall on your roof, and if you have, depending if you have a shake roof or whatever, they can get in the home, which brings us to these ember-resistant vents, which I guess they allow venting, but they don't allow much in. What do these vents look like? And is embers floating, like burning embers, the way many houses are burned to the ground?
Embers are responsible for 90% of home ignitions. And once a home ignite, like you said earlier, the resources are stretched so thin that the home usually is a loss. So we suggest you can get the ember resistant vents. That's a little more difficult if you're retrofitting your home, if you have an existing home. So 1/8 inch metal mesh, most homes have 1/4 inch, but 1/8 inch, when we do our testing, we find that the embers have a difficult time squeezing through. They'll often get caught in the mesh, burn themselves out, or if they do enter, they don't have a lot of energy left. So just getting up there and replacing it with the finer mesh can make a huge difference.
We're talking to Laura Blaul, and she's with the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, and we're giving you some steps on how to prepare your home against wildfire. Let's say you didn't listen to any of this. It was too early for you or something. It's too late. Make sure you have documentation of everything that you stand to lose, including video stuff. That's for your insurance company, right, Laura?
Right. Go through your house, take a video, talk to the video as you're walking through each. Open your closet, talk about the value of the item, and make sure you store that in the cloud.
Yeah. And then finally, make sure you understand, review your insurance policy and what you're covered for and covered against. And I want to point out the website, which has lots of useful tools. Let's talk about the online technical guide. I guess we're shifting the conversation a little bit to when you're doing maybe a new build or a major renovation. You got architects involved, and that from ground zero, it's a good time to partner up and take advantage of this program. You'll see an insurance break if you adhere to the IBHS guidelines for fireproofing your home a little bit. How that technical guide is pretty cool. There's a lot of gems in there.
There are. And like you mentioned, it is a fairly inexpensive and easy to build your home. And instead of just having the ember protection, now you have radiant heat and flame protection for your home too, because we're talking about adding hardening of the home itself, the siding, the windows, the doors, all of the openings are protected from both radiant heat and embers. And so it's available at wildfireprepared.org. And you can download that, give it to your architect and your contractor, and build your home to withstand wildfire.
Yeah, wildfire and maybe even fires from within. How many times have you seen like a dryer fire, your dryer causing a fire?
Right. And the best thing to do for interior fires is good maintenance, right? Clean out your dryer vents. Take every time that you do a load, do your screen. But just, it's good safety practices all the time for the interior of your home.
Yeah. Find out more on the internet. That's where I am, ibhs.org, ibhs.org, Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. Laura Blaul, thanks for spending time with us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right. I got to move next to, where are we going next? Oh, yeah, Zack. We're going to do a little ranching in Uintah County. That's up next on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, right after these.
Wyoming is a place where people aren't afraid to get a little dirty and work a little harder to live the American dream. It's a place where neighbors still check on one another. Strangers greet you with a wave and a smile, and a random act of kindness is never out of the question. From the mountains full of elk, to the farmer's field full of pronghorn, to the streams teeming with cutthroat trout, we choose to live in the best place in America. And Cowboy State Daily covers all of it, every day at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. And we're going to go check in with Zack and maybe Hannah. I don't know if she's around. But Zack Gill, let me push the right buttons, get him in here into the Zoom room. Zack, how are you this morning? Good. You're not super loud.
You hear me now?
Better. Yeah, I'll boost your volume. Zack's Uinta County rancher. You'll find him in the vicinity of Fort Bridger working on the family cow-calf operations. He and his wife, Hannah, members of the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation, just made the trip to Washington, D.C. I saw the photos. Looked like a nice time. What did you do there? Discussing policy, maybe getting that farm bill passed? Did you have to go twist some arms over there?
Yeah, a few.
Good job, man. I think this is really good news. Let's talk about good news. That happened on April 30th. The House passed a modernized farm bill, bipartisan support. First time since 2018, farmers and ranchers across the country get one step closer to an updated federal farm policy. What's in there that's good?
A lot of what we were able to see when we visited, we didn't really actually get to see a lot of the farm bill. When we went there and visited, we were able to see Karen Bud Phelan. We were able to see Undersecretary Michael Boren and visit with them. We were able to sit in for a couple minutes while the farm bill was discussed down on the House floor. But I think that there's a lot of good things in there that are coming, and unfortunately we didn't get to really discuss a lot of that with them about what was in the farm bill, but we got a lot of good discussions with a lot of people there in Washington who are backing agriculture right now, and I think there's a lot of people there that care about agriculture and want agriculture to be successful for the first time in a long time. And you can see that trickling down through things like the farm bill passing and being successful. I think that there's good things coming from Washington for agriculture.
A lot of good photos from our Wyoming delegation. I just shared those with our viewers. Listeners, we're talking to Zack Guild, and he is, besides running the family ranch, and I want to talk about the challenges and rewards of being in a family business. If you ever tried to do business with your family, you know it brings unique reward and some challenges being with family a whole lot. First, let's talk about our legislative session, the one that Wyoming just finished up, the budget session. We saw some things in there. What in there were you concerned with? Was your organization concerned with? Probably private property. Oh, corner crossing, private property rights, super important.
Yeah, I think some of the with our visit to Washington, some of the things that we discussed when we were there, that we were able to our meetings with, we were able to meet with Harriet Hagman. Some of the big concerns are, I live in the southwest corner of Wyoming, where we have water going into the Colorado River Basin, and so I'm sure that you know about the Colorado River drainage system and the issues that we're facing there as a state. So specifically Harriet Hagman, I was able to discuss with her some of my personal concerns with curtailments, and especially right now with that coming up for debate between the states as far as a renewal on the agreement. So that's a big one right now. And she was able to speak some piece to my mind a little bit. It's one of those things where it's a big issue with a lot of different red tape tied to it, and there's a lot of different states involved with it. So, there was only so much she was able to really tell me, I guess, as far as what we're able to do up here. But she is fighting there in Washington to keep water in Wyoming, and her words were, you can't fix the issue by drying up Wyoming to try and run water to the rest of the other states. And so just having the peace of mind knowing that there's somebody there who really is fighting and is very knowledgeable about these topics, knows what's going on in our state, from our state.
Yeah. And is a lawyer, because we've heard Governor Gordon say this many times. This next war over water will be fought in the boardroom, will be fought by lawyers. It is a state issue. Governor Gordon knows that Wyoming has to fight for its water rights. And then it's, a coalition of the upper river basin states all got to tell those thirsty downstate folks, hey, man, this is our water too. And you guys, if you grow beyond your means, that's not our problem. That river compact needs another look. That's good to know that Representative Hageman is aware of it, was able to speak on it intelligently. That's going to be important moving forward. Did you talk with her? Was this before we heard news of the big drawdown in Flaming Gorge? I mean, it makes me nervous.
Yeah, this was after that was announced. So this would have been midweek last week. With the release of she mentioned it. She said it could be anywhere from 600,000 to 1 million acre feet, but we all know it's probably going to be 1 million acre feet that they're going to pull out there. And I think that makes a lot of people a little bit nervous. There are some necessities to it that they mentioned when we were there, that they've got those big generators down in Flaming Gorge that Glen Powell, they can't let that water get down below a certain level. And it's especially on a year as dry as it is this year. I think it makes a lot of guys nervous seeing the potential there for just kind of the unknown, I think, in a lot of people's minds. And that's what might have left me slightly unsettled, is that there is still some unknowns. There's only so much that they can do because this is such a big multi-state issue. And that's something that is on a lot of people's minds right now. Affects a lot of people. Yeah, I imagine, Zach, that you have unique insight you can bring, certainly bring to the Wyoming Farm Bureau. Having been down in Utah and Arizona, you were there not long ago, came back to Wyoming to work that family cow-calf operation, but you were down there in Arizona and Utah, and you can see how dry those states are. For sure, yeah. And, one thing that I constantly think of is, if this issue goes to Arizona, I guess, is considering litigation, and if those kinds of things happen, I don't think that's necessarily a great thing for Wyoming, where, like you said, I lived in Arizona. I've seen some of those. They produce a lot of alfalfa down there, and what they're able to do with the water is, they can do a lot of things with the water down those states, California, Arizona, and there's a lot of people down there. And so I don't know that that's necessarily a great thing if it goes that way for Wyoming. I don't know that we'll end up doing too hot. So, yeah, and they're dry states, and according to Harry Hagman, what Arizona has been doing is running water out, letting it soak down into the ground. And anytime new construction happened, they'd say, "Where are you going to get the water?" And they'd say, "Well, we're going to get it out of this well where we've soaked water into the ground." Well, the water's not there, so they've got all these municipalities built claiming water from this underground reservoir that has no water in it. And so they've kind of got themselves into a pickle there with that. And now they're looking at potentially litigation here. And it's just such a complex issue. There's, if memory serves correctly, the Colorado River's one of the most regulated rivers in the entire world. And so it's a very complex, layered issue, and it's something that it affects a lot of people, and it's concerning a lot of people. And so, understandably, there's also people down there that are in agriculture that need the water too. And so while we need the water and we want the water here, I totally understand the concept of understanding that other people need water too, and trying to come to a conclusion on this issue that benefits everybody. Colorado River, highly regulated, also misnamed. We both know it's the Green River. I mean, come on. That's right. That's our river, man. Tell me about Zach Gilda is a Uinta County rancher working the family cow-calf operation in the Fort Bridger area.
What do ranchers depend on when it comes to water? Certainly, that's feed. Alfalfa is a pretty thirsty crop, and you need feed. You need hay for cows. But what ranchers are concerned about water always. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Water's something everybody's got to have, and especially as you mentioned for ranchers and farmers, it is huge. We're looking. They showed us these maps of the USDA maps that showed the drought in the country right now, and man, a lot of the West is in trouble. And I sat there thinking, well, you can look at these maps and you can see that it's not a good situation on the map, or you can go out and talk to the ranchers that have been here for 80, 90 years, and every one of them's telling you, yeah, I have never seen it like this before. We've got the Muddy Creek that drains into the Green River, and it's just never seen it before like this. It's this time of the year typically, it's 2-3 feet, and it's just trickling. And that water, everything depends on it. The grass doesn't grow, the cows don't eat, and we're looking at doing things that our place has never done before. We run cow, calf, and yearlings, and here a couple months ago, with the prices the way calves were, we were thinking, well, maybe we ought to just cut our ties with those yearlings and not run them through the summer because we may not have the grass. And we're still having those discussions right now, and just water affects everything when it comes to agriculture.
Yeah, and you're not the only operation that's really juggling that question. Do I just sell? And that's why we're at like an all-time low, hooves on the ground as far as herd. A lot of ranchers, they see the prices, they see the writing on the wall for this summer, and they're like, hey, man, let's just ship them all. Yeah, it's scary. Tough challenges. I do want to talk about two more things. The next generation of ranchers and farmers, the young farmer and ranchers, that the U.S. is dependent on new kids getting into it, the next generation of lifeblood. But tell me about the family aspect of what you do and how it's a little bit different. It's certainly not corporate farming and ranching. It's small, it's local, it's community, it's Wyoming, and it's family. Zach, you, the wife, and then you got cousins. It's a family ranch. That's sometimes hard, but I'm sure very rewarding when you have success.
Yeah, for sure. Everybody who's works with families is going to tell you probably the same thing. There's goods and there's bads. It's very rewarding. Can be very rewarding getting to go out, hang out with my grandpa. He's I believe 87 years old now, and going out and riding. And I've loved the opportunity. In fact, it's one of the main reasons that I moved back from Arizona when I did, was so I could have time to learn from him and work with him. This 87-year-old man who has this wealth of knowledge and a history of my family, and just seeing my son work alongside me, getting to work alongside my dad, very rewarding, along with can be very challenging, because anybody who's worked cattle in a corral with their dad's going to probably tell you the same thing. It comes with its own special challenges, living so closely all the time, along with the fact that there's not really any hard rules written on a lawyer's paper. It's kind of, you got to come to agreements and learn how to have discussions with your family members that sometimes are very uncomfortable. And I think that helps deepen that relationship, and it can be a struggle at times. I think, anybody who's grown up in agriculture, around agriculture, is going to tell you, I think, a similar thing. But at the end of the day, very rewarding getting to, and that's kind of the bottom of the line for me when I was considering other occupations. The opportunity to go out and work every day with my son is something that I just, I appreciate above all. I think it's, one of the most important things that there is in this life is your relationships.
The future of farming and ranching in Wyoming and the United States depends on that next generation. You talked about generational family-run operations, even if it's not a family-run farm and ranch, just the next generation. What are you seeing at the Wyoming Farm Bureau, the Young Farmer Rancher. Does your wife still chair that? And I mean, are you in general pretty positive that there will be the next farmer that wants to, spend a great amount of time in the John Deere cab and the next rancher? Are there these new kids want to do this?
It's one of those things where you hear every generation talks about the new generation that they're lazy and
right.
I guess I tend to agree sometimes, but I think that there's hope. You mentioned the organization that I'm part of is the YFNR, the Young Farmers and Ranchers of Wyoming, and it starts at a grassroots. It's a grassroots organization where the members really are the strength of the organization, and drawing in people who care about agriculture, support agriculture, and want to advocate for agriculture is the backbone of Farm Bureau. And being a part of that organization, I've been able to see a lot of people from a lot of different parts of the state and a lot of different parts of the country. And I think it's given me some hope seeing some of those people. I think I might be a little bit nervous, seeing the decline in the number of farms and ranchers and seeing how many places are up for sale, even just around me, around the state, around the country. It's can be a little bit concerning for the future of agriculture sometimes. But I think there is hope. I think that when there's people like me, like a lot of different members of Farm Bureau, ranchers around the state, around the country, that take their kids out, show them the joys with agriculture. It is hard when you have sometimes a government that seems like it's actively fighting against agriculture and ranchers, and they, you feel like you're fighting the weather and you're fighting everything else, along with all of these different policies that come down from the top. It can be a real struggle sometimes, and I think one of my biggest takeaways from our visit to Washington was that right now, at least, we've got people there that actually are trying to help us out.
Yeah, that's encouraging. Like we have folks that get it. Between Hageman, Lummis, who is on our way out, John Barrasso, we have folks representing Wyoming who know energy and they know ag, and they're going to make sure that the folks in D.C. know it as well, how important that stuff is to Wyoming. Farming, ranching. Zack Gill joins us, Uinta County rancher and member of the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation and the Young Farmer and Rancher Wyoming. Zack, thank you so much.
Of course.
Hope you get a lot of rain today.
Oh, I hope so.
All right, buddy. Have a great week.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along on a Monday. Coming up next hour, we'll get Don Day on here, our weather guy. Find out if we are going to get some rain. Speaker of the House, Chip Neiman, will be here. We'll wrap with him about his run for Senate. Other goings on in the Black Hills area. Larry Barttelbort, Colonel Barttelbort, retired from the Wyoming Army National Guard. We'll discuss the new book, Cowboy Soldiers. It looks really good. I just got a glimpse of it. It looks fantastic. We'll talk about his involvement as one of the main voices behind that book and getting it published. The fascinating history of the Wyoming National Guard that goes way back, 1870. We weren't even a state yet. We had a National Guard. And Domenic Bravo's on next hour. And we'll discuss all things tourism in Wyoming, including the exciting new campaign that doesn't just say, oh yeah, visit Wyoming. It's targeting the kind of tourists we want. Mavericks Wanted is the name of the Wyoming campaign. And the recognizing the kind of vacation experience travelers are looking for. They want to trade crowds for clarity. Space becomes opportunity. And you don't just visit a place, you feel it. I like it. That's the tourism script for Wyoming. Domenic Bravo, Executive Director of the Wyoming Office of Tourism, is going to be on next hour. It's all coming up on a Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for making this a part of your day. We got to step aside for news. Our radio affiliates around the state going to play their top of the hour news. We'll spin ours with Mac Watson and see you in about 6 minutes.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Multiple Wyoming lawmakers and a Cheyenne-based car dealer voiced concern Friday over a federal requirement for mandatory kill switches in 2027 model vehicles. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one dealer calls it Big Brother, while a state legislator says it's draconian.
Representative Daniel Singh has been outspoken on this for a while, and he's called it satire, not policy. He was not alone, however. And Representative Mike Yin, a Democrat, told me it's the state's business if the state wants to hand down some kind of mandate like this, not the federal government. And he said, I don't know why the federal government's always trying to tell us what to do.
The requirement passed in the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, but it's about to become a reality as 2027 model year vehicles trickle into the market starting this year. Father Chad Rippiger is one of the Roman Catholic Church's most experienced and well-known exorcists. Cowboy State Daily's Zack reports that originally from Casper, Rippiger says he never asked to fight demons.
We wanted to be a priest and an academic and really focus on Catholic academics, but he was asked by the church to focus on exorcism. And this was at a time when the church was globally focusing on expanding exorcism institutionally.
Father Rippiger tells Cowboy State Daily that he's gained visibility in recent years after successive popes have directed dioceses to expand the use of exorcism in response to what Rippiger says is a rise in diabolical influences. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Attention motorcyclists, this year be sure to do your part in keeping everyone safe on Wyoming roads. Wear high visibility gear and make yourself seen. Do your part and share the roads safely. This has been another safe driving update from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A California man who was killed by elephants while on safari in Africa was a frequent hunter in Wyoming and close friends with a Douglas outfitter. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Dax McCarty says the media portrayal of his friend, California vineyard owner Ernie Docio, is wrong.
Those media portrayals of him as just a rich guy that was out over there killing things just for thrills. You know, he said that's wrong. That's a misconception. That's not who this guy was. And then I also talked to a couple of Wyoming residents who have actually been on safari hunts in Africa. And they said, yeah, it's no joke over there.
McCarty tells Cowboy State Daily that according to what he was told by Docio's family, Docio died almost immediately when he was gored by a female elephant on April 17th in the Central African country of Gabon. The maker of an AI-powered robot chef wants to move its manufacturing from China to Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that FoodEase CEO Kishore Kadru says once you load the robot with ingredients, it will drop them into the pan, stir, and cook according to an app-driven recipe.
I see a lot of people conflating this or confusing this with a crock pot. It's not a crock pot because with a crock pot, you dump all the ingredients in at once and they all cook for the same amount of time. This is putting each ingredient in as needed. What Kishore would like to do, if he can get enough interest in this product, he'd like to move the manufacturing to America. So that's kind of how that played out. It's not that this is a Chinese company locating in America. They'd like to move it to Cheyenne, Wyoming instead.
Kadru is normally a real estate developer and business owner in Cheyenne, but has lately become one of Food E's primary beta testers. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Hour 2 of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We check in with Representative Speaker of the House, Chip Neiman. Speaker Neiman, lifelong resident of Crook County, where you can usually find him in the shadow of the Devil's Tower, somewhere right in the heart of District 1. You can also find him at the turkey shoot. Hey, how'd that go? That looked like fun.
Good morning, Jake. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, it was a wonderful event. Everybody does such a wonderful job. It has really become kind of a center focus of our community up there in the spring. You know, we have so many people come from all over the United States to participate in that one shot, and it helps to fund and continue to make the Hewlett Community Center, the Greater Hewlett Community Center, possible for the community to use. And really, everybody enjoys it. We get to host hunters here on the ranch and get to be able to participate in it, and everybody just really goes out of their way and does a fantastic job, and shout out to them. They did it once again. It was an awesome opportunity and great event.
Speaker Neiman, you guided us through, at least on the House side, the budget session that we wrapped up not that long ago, and now set your sights on a Senate run. When the announcement from your camp that you were going to seek a seat in the Senate came, it inspired, apparently, Senator Ogden Driscoll, who was considering just, fading off into the sunset, perhaps. He's going to run again, so that sets up quite a showdown at the Senate level. We had Senator Driscoll on not too long ago. I don't know. I think maybe Jeff was on for that show covering for me. I'm not sure. But what came of it, and what do you want to say about the run for Senate and anything that Senator Driscoll had to say?
Oh, he had plenty to offer. It was kind of an interesting conversation. I announced my bid for Senate there while we were still in the House, and we were just closing out, did my closing remarks, and let everybody know that that's where I was going to be throwing my hat in the race and trying that. And my understanding was that Senator Driscoll was planning on not running again, so I guess I didn't really consider that as part of it, but that's fine. And we're glad to challenge whoever decides to jump in the race. We'll do our best and offer our opportunity for the people of my district up here to vote for whomever they see fit, that they feel like will do the best job. But it was interesting. I guess there was part of that there that was a little bit I guess I didn't understand. He mentioned that he and I had a conversation about in the halls of the Senate about if I wouldn't run, he wouldn't run. And I thought that was kind of interesting because that conversation never happened. I guess we never did have a discussion about, if he didn't, I wouldn't, and if I wouldn't, he wouldn't. All that. So anyway, that was kind of interesting. But yeah, no, just I think a lot of concern about potentially having myself go over it to the Senate potentially if the people see fit, and some of the concerns that he shared about, trying to make sure that we keep Neiman out of there. We got to make sure that we keep Neiman out of the Senate. We can't afford to have that happen. I'm not exactly sure why. We'll see what the people think about that. But Jake, you got to bear in mind, and like I shared the other day, we had a really good Lincoln Day dinner up here in Sundance a couple nights ago. It was incredible. We had over 200 people there, standing room only. Literally, we had to literally find places to sit when we came in there to the meeting. And like I told that crowd, I'm not running against Ogden. I'm running for the seat that you folks own, and that is your seat. And so my effort is going to be to just allow my record to help them decide that and see if they approve of the job that I've done so far, and how effective I've been in getting legislation passed and representing the people well, and we'll let them do that. So it's not about running against him. It's about running for the office and for the people. So I'm going to keep it at that, and I think it's going to be a great race, and I look forward to the opportunity.
Yeah, I think just one more thing on that. I think I've heard Senator Driscoll say that he views this as the Freedom Caucus getting a foothold in the Senate, and his decision to run again was to put up the block. Are you running, or is the Freedom Caucus running?
I'm running as a conservative, and if I'm one of the founding members of the Freedom Caucus, and if being a conservative in Wyoming, which obviously a conservative in my mind works far better than liberal, would somehow disqualify a person from being able to be in the Senate, we'll let the people decide that. I think my record is very clear, and I do believe, in this race at this point, unless other people get involved, I think the choice is clear, and it is definitely a choice between he and I. He's got a little bit of a different way of looking at taxing and government involvement. I'm less government and more money kept in your pocket as the taxpayer. I do believe that you do better than anybody about how to spend your money, and I submit to the idea that what Lincoln said, government should do only those things people cannot do better for themselves. And so I've mentioned that from the onset, and I'm full pro-life. I think my record is very clear on that, as opposed to my opponent. He's got a little more varied or liberal views when it comes to abortion and the protection of all life. And so, yeah, I think it's a very different. There are some definite differences between he and I, but I don't dislike Ogden, and I'm not going to get in a deal where I bring mud to a snowball fight. We're going to just try to get the issues out there, let people decide, let them look at our records. I think our records are going to say a lot about what we do or can or can't do. I think I've been effective in getting things done and trying to do the best that we possibly can to govern. And I don't think it's going to harm the Senate for a conservative to try to go over there and bring their views and values and work with those senators. I've got some very good relationships with senators and had really good work and opportunities to get some things done. And I can't do anything that I've gotten done without their support as well. So I don't think it's quite as worthy of pearl clutching and not being able to draw a breath without the fear of conservatives, maybe potentially by the vote of the people moving to the Senate. So I think it'll be all right if the people see fit.
Representative Chip Neiman is with us, as Speaker of the House. Now, you wouldn't be the first to make the jump, and we'll call it a jump, the upper chamber going from House to Senate. That's the natural progression of statesmen and stateswomen who are trying to represent Wyoming. What is your experience as Speaker? You mentioned some relationships already with Senate members. That leadership role as Speaker, that's pretty important. That's a nice thing to have on your resume, but what does it really mean to be Speaker of the House, and what can you use from that experience to also use in the Senate?
Well, it's a great question, Jake. I mean, I haven't been in the House all that long. I mean, I'm just finishing my 6th year, so this has kind of been a fast track, I guess you could say, for some, would be comparatively speaking. But in that time, I've done, I think, a pretty good job of trying to build good relationships with the upper chamber. As Speaker, you have to work with both chambers. You work with Senate leadership, and you've got to work together to try to get legislation across the line. And having a good relationship with those senators, your chairmans, picking chairmen that can work well with the Senate chairs, and try to make things happen for the people of the state of Wyoming, try to make decisions, all the decisions that are made, any kind of issues that come up, you got to work with Senate leadership. So in that process, as Speaker, you spend a lot of time working with the senators, and a lot more than just the regular, representatives that are there that are not tasked with that responsibility. So being Speaker, being in leadership, automatically creates an opportunity to create more relationship, to be more involved with what's happening in the Senate. Definitely two different bodies, but definitely as in that position of leadership, you have that opportunity to start to develop relationships. So I think we're going to be very productive for the people that I represent here in Senate District 1. And if they see fit to put me there, and I think we can hit the ground running and get some really good things done. I've got good people I work with and are willing to work with me. And I think that's going to be good for everybody all the way around.
I think that role as Speaker, that told me a lot personally, my opinion, watching how the budget session unveiled. The guy with the gavel or the gal with the gavel, that's a different kind of role. And there, that it takes a different approach, and I really appreciated the way you took on that role as Speaker of the House, especially in the House where, things can get fun. To have a Speaker who had to rap the gavel a few times and sometimes bring everybody back together. I saw you fill that role a few times for a few issues.
Well, I'll just say this: the Lord was very good to me, and He coaches me through what I do. So I give Him all the glory for that.
Praise God. All right. Well, Representative Chip Neiman, Speaker of the House, looking for a Senate run. The district's the same, 1, and just looking to make it a Senate run. Where are you on the internet? Do you have a website? We got to go and.
Yeah, it's getting up there. NeimanForWyoming.com. And or you can contact me at cneiman66@gmail.com. And we're still in the formative stages of this. When you jump out, you can't even sign up yet. So we're off to a full speed start here. My signs are supposed to be getting here shortly, and we'll be able to offer those. Got a lot of people wanting signs and wanting to help, and so it looks very positive, and I look forward to it. And so if people want to contact me, or they can call me on my cell phone, 307-290-0366, or text me, or any of that. If they have questions or comments, or on Facebook, I don't do a lot on Facebook, Jake, as you may well know. I post a lot of stuff on there, just meeting notices and town halls, which we've been having a lot of here lately. But best way is just contact me directly. Give me a phone call on my cell phone, and if I don't answer, I will get back to you. Please leave me a message. I promise.
Neiman for Wyoming. That's Neiman, the number 4, WY, your conservative Republican candidate. Thank you for being on. Appreciate it. Have a great week.
You too. Thank you, Jake.
The Wyoming winter? Not so great. About as disappointing as biting into an unsalted pretzel. But that doesn't mean it's going to be sunny and 72 degrees every day either. Cowboy State Daily has the best weather coverage in the state with meteorologist Don Day. Whether it's erratic spring snowstorms, record-breaking wind, or powerful thunderstorms moving across Wyoming, make sure you're tracking Wyoming's weather with meteorologist Don Day, exclusively at cowboystatedaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner.
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. Don Day will be here momentarily with the day weather forecast. Also coming up this hour, right after Don, we'll talk with Colonel Barttelbort and discuss the Wyoming National Guard, a new book out that covers the history of the Wyoming National Guard, rich history and tradition. And then Domenic Bravo will be on this hour to discuss tourism in Wyoming. So we're going to run the gamut, a little bit of everything. Let's get that weather guy in here and see what it's going to do today across the Cowboy State. Don, I take your forecast as gospel, but I also like to double check with some other things I know to be true. If it's really spring, the cat is shedding like crazy. I know you set store by the cat. I know that. You and the cat are like this. And also the first hummingbird in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, for me, May 2nd, kind of right on time, that first week of May. So the hummingbirds are here. It's got to be spring for real.
Yeah, boy, this is going to be classic spring here over the next 72 hours because parts of Wyoming are going to see significant snow, thunderstorms, rain, everything.
Wait a minute. For real significance, like upper elevation? Where?
You need to stick your head out the window, check things a little more often, Jake. We've got a winter storm watch for the capital city. We've got a winter weather advisory for Laramie. We have winter storm warnings for the southern mountains. What? Cheyenne is going to see several inches of snow, so will Laramie.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding.
Would I April kid you? 1st? Wait a minute. I just read your forecast. Well, it is. Yeah. Okay.
What you're reading, I don't think I typed that up. That's somebody else's.
Yeah. So, oh, man. All right. What is that also the Front Range of Colorado going to get a little bit of that?
Yeah. So it's kind of a unique situation. We got a strong Canadian cold front that's coming out of the Dakotas and Montana that's going to plow into the eastern side of the state this afternoon and tonight. At the same time, there's a California storm. Now, both on their own, okay, not much. But you put them together, and that's what's going to happen over southeastern Wyoming and northern Colorado beginning really late today and tonight and lasting through Wednesday morning. it's going to bring in that Canadian cold, Pacific moisture. Then you push it up against the mountains and foothills. Denver and the northern front range of Colorado may get more snow out of this than they saw in March and April combined. We could see 2-3 feet of snow in the foothills west of Cheyenne, west of Fort Collins. The summit, between Laramie and Cheyenne, I think is good for a foot. We could see very heavy snow in the Snowy Range mountains as well. So a nice, badly needed precipitation event for the southeast corner of the state, which is really the bullseye of the drought conditions, that southeast corner. So this is a real shot in the arm for them. Now, elsewhere across the state, there's going to be some scattered showers, thunderstorms, and it's going to be a lot cooler tomorrow and Wednesday. So after a nice weekend, we kind of get a slap in the face here.
I imagine that water content of that snow is going to be high.
Very high.
Good.
Yeah, and it's going to hit the upper basin, the upper North Platte Basin, the Laramie River basins that were so bad with snowpack this year. So you expect spring moisture like this, and if you don't get it, you've got big problems. So keep our fingers crossed here that nothing changes over the next 24 hours, but it is looking encouraging for the far southeast.
Yeah, and that's what we were hoping for after the winter that wasn't so dry and record-setting temp. We thought, well, we'll catch up March, April, and it's still April, basically, early May. I like it.
Yes, sir.
Thanks,
Feel
Doc.
good. You're welcome.
Day weather forecast. Yeah, I'm playing a little catch-up down there in the southeast part of the state where big snows are on the way. Elk Mountain. Probably going to get slammed. How about that? Yeah, you're never really safe in Wyoming, really ever, from potential snow. But sometimes some folks will circle Mother's Day as, it shouldn't snow after Mother's Day, but you never know. I go by the hummingbirds, man. When the hummingbird gets here, winter's over. And the cat's shedding everywhere. That's how I do it. Let's go back into the Zoom room. I'm excited about this book. Oh, Colonel Barttelbort's got it right there. This book looks so cool, and it must be heavy because it's like 490 pages or something.
There you go.
Wow. Long time coming with this book, and instrumental in getting it published was this guy, Colonel Larry Barttelbort, joins us, volunteer project coordinator at Wyoming National Guard. The book is Cowboy Soldiers, and we're going to talk about how it came into being. If you don't know about Wyoming Army National Guard, well, where have you been? Because this guard traces its roots back to 1870, Colonel, before we were even a state. Rich history that has to be told.
Absolutely. Good morning, Jake.
Good morning. How's everything going?
It's wonderful down here in Chi-Town. We're just excited about this. It's many years coming. The last 6 years of really concentrated hard work.
So who came together to get this book done? You were a driving force behind it, I understand, certainly. Who helped research? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people we got to give a shout out to.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of people on the bus.
Yeah.
That's for sure. This is a joint project of the Wyoming National Guard, the Wyoming Military Department, the Wyoming National Guard Historical Society, and the Wyoming National Guard Association. And so that's the team. But to bring this thing to fruition, we had over 285 donors that got us to the point where we're able to pull the trigger and hit print. And that's very important. We've got some real heavy hitters out there that have we've recognized and will also recognize during the formal book launch. But our main team, we call it the book team, consists of Dr. Mark W. Johnson of Casper. And Mark is a United States Military Academy graduate. Mark and I met in the 90s when we both taught Armory ROTC at the University of Wyoming. Mark got his master's degree in history there, went on to get a doctorate of history, retired from the Army, returned to Casper, He's the senior Army instructor for junior ROTC at Natrona County High School. And then one of the other main players of the team is Miss Rosalind Rout-Shalisky. Roz is our managing editor. Roz has tremendous experience in journalism, taught at the LCCC, Laramie County Community Colleges for 40 years, editor of the Cheyenne Tribune-Eagle here in town in a previous name, and of course has done tremendous work in helping us with all aspects of putting this thing together, production. And then, of course, we can't say enough about J.L.J. O'Brien. Jay is our design guy and photographer. And Jay, he also teaches at Laramie County Community College and is just a bang-up guy in terms of making this thing come to life. This thing, we think, has a stunning design. 13 organizational charts, 36 maps, 43 sidebars, historic photographs that many have not been published. We think it truly is heirloom quality.
It is. I mean, it looks beautiful. I'm thumbing through a few of the photos here. The look of the book, really, it looks, I mean, for lack of a better word, Colonel, looks expensive. I don't know. You mentioned
it's $50 a copy, and in today's world, that's pretty reasonable.
Hey, that's doable. We'll tell you how you can get this book in a moment, but first, I want to just back up a little and explain to folks who may not know. Sometimes it's tricky understanding what is the Wyoming National Guard. Serve your state, defend your nation. Many times, Wyoming National Guard, the 115th Cavalry, has been deployed to protect U.S. concerns around the globe. How is it you can be in the Wyoming National Guard and find yourself overseas? And that continues today, Colonel.
Our National Guard plays a very unique dual status role. We serve our state through Governor Gordon, our commander-in-chief, and we also serve our president, the national commander-in-chief. And in that light, we serve at home and we serve abroad. General Greg Porter, the Adjutant General of Wyoming, he has a catchphrase that he uses: the sword and the shield, shielding Wyoming against natural disasters and those kinds of things, and then putting up the sword when we need to take care of our adversaries who might do us harm.
That's a good visual. I like that. Yeah, many times Wyoming National Guard. I'm a fan of old archive newspapers that go back, late 1800s, early 1900s. You'll see stories all the time, headlines all the time about what the National Guard is doing, when they're mustered to serve overseas and for what. And yeah, it's just fascinating. What history? Do other states have a National Guard that goes back so far? 1870, we weren't even a state yet.
Yes, of course. We were here during the Transcontinental Railroad days in various forms, and then coming forward as the militia, and then, of course, being formed in 1870 on April 4th. The territorial governor Campbell signed the official orders. Things were kind of in a different state at that point, and really our first muster was not until 1888 when Governor Thomas Moonlight had the soldiers in Laramie raise their hand and take an oath to the territory.
Amazing. This book, by the way, Cowboy Soldiers, take you through the history and tradition of the Wyoming National Guard. It's a long time coming. I know Colonel's been working on it for years. We finally got it out. We'll tell you how you can get it. It'll run you from 1870, the inception, to about mid-90s or mid-40s, 1945. So I imagine it's Wyoming National Guard's involvement in World War II. It does not take you up to present. The Guard continues to play a crucial role, and I hope there's a volume 2 planned.
Absolutely, and it's being researched as we speak. We had to make the tough decision. You saw how thick that baby is.
Yeah.
Our National Guard came into play, and then after World War II, the Air National Guard came into place. So we want to, our next volume's title is Cowboy Soldiers, Cowboy Airmen. And so that will cover from 1945 to 2020. And the proceeds from selling this bad guy here is going to fund that volume 2. So that's a very important. We're doing this as a nonprofit. Our National Guard Historical Society is a 501c3, so there's really no proceeds to speak of this. I'm a volunteer. Our managing editor is a volunteer. We've got a couple of contract guys on the payroll, but we're getting it done with a lot of help from a lot of folks.
Virtually no overhead. Your money towards this book just going to finish the story, take you through 1945 to present. And bring in the air. Yeah, I like it. Who's I love Cowboy Soldiers for a title. Who came up with that? That's perfect.
Oh, there's a story for you.
Yeah.
I really will say that it's a team effort. You know, the Guard today uses that term Cowboy Guard, the Wyoming Cowboy Guard. But the Cowboy Soldiers, because this concentrates only on the air for this book, we wanted to have something that would follow through to volume 2. So probably Dr. Johnson and Roz and our advisory council and our board of directors from our National Guard Historical Society, they all had a hand in that. Got to have that thumbs up from the crew before you move forward on these things.
Colonel Barttelbort is with us. You mentioned this is a long time coming. I know you've been working at it for certainly more than 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
Take us through like the original idea and try to get everybody on board. Were there times where, boy, you really thought you can get this done? Times where you're like, well, I might have to walk away from this. How did you got here? I'm glad.
Back in the old days,
yeah.
In the late 1990s, our adjutant general was Major General Ed Banish. And General Banish had a vision of publishing History 2000, the stories of the Wyoming National Guard. We're one of the few states without a comprehensive history. And so now we can check that box. But that project moved forward, and there were some offshoots of it. A small book was published to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the 300th Armored Field Artillery who served in the Korean War. And so that kind of faded off, but through a lot of persistence from our National Guard Historical Society, in particular, Miss Bev Holmes, who passed away recently, 93 years old. She was the matriarch of the Historical Society, and her vision and the Historical Society's vision had two things: open a National Guard museum and publish our history. And now we can say we've done both.
Fantastic. All right, we're going to direct you exactly where you can go. Oh, one more thing, actually, Colonel, I wanted to ask you. You mentioned this is, besides looking really slick and some great photos, I mean, what a coffee table book this makes. Beautiful photos, really nice presentation. But this is history, and when you're chronicling history and writing it down, you got to get it right. Do you feel confident we're accurate here?
I think our author, Dr. Mark Johnson, he has taken what most of us have known as legends, stories, coffee talk, all those kinds of things, done the back research. Mark is a simply outstanding researcher, trips to the National Archives, American Heritage Center, all kinds of resources. And we can say without a doubt that this is the story as it should be. That's probably one of the most important things, is that we're getting the facts correct. Yeah, we may upset a couple of people along the way because they've heard these stories about the Guard for 30, 40 plus years. But now we've got this thing in writing, and the research is done. I'll give you a good example. So in the early years of the Great War, World War I, many of those soldiers would write home. And those parents would take those letters down to the Sheridan Enterprise or the Casper paper or wherever, and they would publish those letters, firsthand accounts of the battlefield. Now, not until later on were we censoring those letters. So we got the firsthand accounts of those men who were in the trenches. Another wonderful product that we have from the Great War is there's a gentleman in town who was listening to us on a radio show, and he contacted us, and he had his great uncle's diary. Now, why is that important? Because this guy was the personnel sergeant. Now, we knew certain officers had been relieved, or certain assignments were made, or certain actions took place, but this guy was telling you from the level of the regiment that he had the facts. And so that was pretty interesting to add that. It helped round out a lot of that research. So thoroughly researched, thoroughly documented, end notes, indexed. This is a professional document. It is a coffee table book, but it is a professional document that we hope future generations of guardsmen can look back and say, hey, what about when? And they'll be able to look at that and reference that for the future.
If you're online now, you have a smart device, here's where you go to make this book your gift. Maybe you should gift it to somebody. I buy two, one for you, one for that person. Cowboy Soldiers is the book out now, telling our story of the Wyoming National Guard, and part 2, Cowboy Airman, Weights in the Balance. Get on the internet at ynghistory.org, WYNG for National Guard, history.org, and make your purchase today.
And Jake, that book is also at the National Museum of Military Vehicles up in Du Bois, and at the National Guard Museum.
Oh, man. Hey, if you stop there, that's a must stop, by the way. Domenic Bravo will be on next. We'll talk about Wyoming tourism. But if you're visiting Wyoming and you're in the Du Bois area, definitely go see that museum. Hey, thanks Colonel. Thank you very much. I'm glad you got this over the finish line. I'm going to order mine right now as I go to break.
Have a good one.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Back after this.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion. Leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
All right, kids, pack your bags. We're heading to Wyoming. It is the Cowboy State Daily Show. Domenic Bravo is with us, the executive director of the Wyoming Office of Tourism when we're talking about the new message, the new campaign. And I so love this. Domenic, there's, as you have said, these are Dominic's own words, a lot of noise in the destination market right now. Come more, spend more impressions, more volume, more, but not always more meaning. Wyoming chose a different road when launching this campaign, branded Mavericks Wanted. Good message, Domenic. Who's the smart guy who came up with this one?
I'd love to say that it was us, but it was my team along with BVK, our primary marketing firm that we work with. First of all, I want to say you're my first event. Happy National Travel and Tourism Week. It kicks off today. We have a lot of things going on through the week. I'm actually in Casper right now. I'll be giving a talk to some folks here with Visit Casper, so enjoying that. But getting back to Mavericks Wanted, yeah, it's one of those things that we just thought, we want to put out a call to action. So we want to be able to invite those folks that want to create their own adventure, experience our authentic state in a way that only we can showcase it. And at the same time, we're also honoring what makes Wyoming, Wyoming. A lot of, like you just mentioned, we're authentic. We have a lot of grit in our people, everything from our dude ranches and our, just working ranches to even our oil and gas fields. It's one of those things that we are just a maverick type of state. And we wanted to invite those folks that want to have that adventure here.
Yeah, that has a lot of allure, and it in 2 words, it says a lot. Mavericks Wanted. That's the campaign plan for Wyoming Office of Tourism. It tells me a lot. I think it'll be effective. We'll see. Wyoming doesn't script your experience. That's my favorite line from the material as well. Are visitors looking for that? Do they want a curated, we're going to Orlando, we're going to Disney World? Or do they want an open-ended, we got a week, we don't know where we're going, we're going to drive around, we want to see the sights. We run a, not just have a catered plan. We want to experience Wyoming to the core.
Yeah, I think since 2020, travelers in general, and I know I have, you really want to have this experiential immersion into the communities you visit. And I find that, Wyoming really offers that. It's, every little hidden gem, every corner you turn. It's one of those things where you just go, wow. You're surprised, and sometimes you just want to come and say, I'm not going to script too much. I'm just going to have these, wonderful experiences along the way. For instance, who knew that you have a world-renowned chocolatier in Matitsi, or you could catch a Friday night rodeo just driving through a small town in Lincoln, or in Lincoln County. So yeah, there's just so much to do and see that folks, I think, will have an amazing time when they come visit us.
Domenic Bravo is here from the Wyoming Office of Tourism. All right, I love the marketing plan. I love this idea. How do you pull in and make sure everybody's pulling on the rope in the same direction? How do small communities, counties, how do they tie in and buy in with whatever the state is doing?
Well, the great part is, since I'm obviously new, it's great to see you again. When we last talked, I've been doing a lot of listening and learning sessions. So we actually have a toolkit out there on our industry side. If you just, Google search Visit Wyoming industry, you can go and you can use the toolkit. Has our videos, short form, all the social media stuff. So I've been able to showcase that. Like, obviously here in Casper, when I give my talk later today, we'll be presenting some of that information and making sure folks can tie into that. So every push we make through this campaign over the next few years, every small community will be able to tie into it, and we'll be helping them be successful in as we bring the visitors to them.
Domenic, what is this going to look like on a rollout? I imagine we'll still see what you plan to do, but what kind of buys? Are we going to see this on radio? Are we going to hear it on radio, see it on television, socials? What are you going to do?
It's everything under the sun. I mean, Office of Tourism, we try to hit every medium because in today's day and age, trying to meet people where they are, you have every generation, every technology. I mean, even AI needs to make sure that it can capture that when searches go out like, hey, I want to have an adventure out west. Where should I go? Siri, or hey, Google, where should I go visit? We want to make sure that this campaign hits it. We'll also be doing some specific activations. We're already Mavericks Wanted at DIA. So as folks are coming in and flying in, you see the Maverick Wanted imagery on many of the places at Denver International Airport. We're also going to be doing some stuff in Chicago, which is a really good prime drive market for us, and some things in Texas as well. So just it'd be rolling out in every medium you can think of, from, like you said, radio, social media, TV, so just everything.
Wyoming Office of Tourism. Find it on the internet, travelwyoming.com. That's where I am, travelwyoming.com. Whether it's state parks, Western culture, food, drink, outdoor adventures, or our vast national forests, there's plenty to do in Wyoming, and nobody's going to tell you how you do it. We just want to make sure you're maverick enough to visit the Cowboy State. Are you up for it? I like it. I like it a lot. So you're in Casper today. What is it this week is?
National Travel and Tourism Week.
Oh, all right. You're going to be making the rounds, huh?
Yep, we have that. We have a proclamation signing by the governor tomorrow in Cheyenne. And actually then I'm heading to New York to do some Mavericks Wanted. I'll be on a local morning news channel, and then a whole bunch of media we're meeting with.
Very cool. All right. Well, thanks for making time for us this morning. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you, too. Thanks for having me.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Domenic Bravo, Wyoming Office of Tourism. The new campaign sounds really good to me. Mavericks Wanted, fresh, in 2 words. That's hard to do, If you've ever watched, like, what's that 60s ad agency show? God, I used to love that show. That's hard to come up with a slogan, an entire campaign, and build it around just 2 words. Mavericks Wanted, but that says it right for me. And I think it conveys the right kind of message. Wyoming Office of Tourism, Domenic Bravo with us, the new campaign, Mavericks Wanted. Mad Men, that's the show I was thinking of. Yeah, it's like a Mad Men Don Draper presentation. Stories in the Cowboy State Daily that came out over the weekend, if you've been reading the Cowboy State Daily. Big Brother wants to put kill switches in automobiles. Big Brother being our nanny. We are living in a nanny state, right? Sometimes the government would have you believe you couldn't live 2 minutes without them. Good thing we have government, or you'd be dead. Now they want to put mandated kill switches in cars, and multiple Wyoming lawmakers and a Cheyenne-based car dealer voiced concern last week over the federal requirement for mandatory kill switches to be in all 2027 models. It's Big Brother, said one car dealer, and a state legislator called it draconian. That would be one of our favorite state legislators who's on the show quite often. Representative Daniel Singh said, what is the need here? I guess we have sort of a automated kill switch in place already on snowmobiles, but that is for a different reason. If you've ever ridden a snowmobile, one of the new inventions is having tethered to yourself a key that runs the sled. So if you ever in a wreck, if you're ever thrown from your snowmobile, the snowmobile will stop running, presumably, like pretty fast. But a mandated kill switch, is this it for cars? Claire McFarland wrote this story, by the way. Is this to prevent? I don't know what it's to prevent. I guess I would have to read the story, but yeah, it sounds, quote, a little silly to Representative Mike Yin, and that's saying something. Mike Yin, Representative Yin, is a Democrat, and he said it sounds a little silly to make everyone pay potentially more money for technology that only addresses the behavior of very few people. This automated mandated kill switch. It would also come into play when a DUI. Yeah, I don't know. Claire will be on Wednesday. We'll chat with her about it. Rodeo World. I'm excited for this kid. Cale Wassolo. He's the nation's #1 bull rider in the college circuit. He rides for LCC, Laramie County Community College. Next month, it's the College National Finals Rodeo in Casper. And if you get a chance to get there and enjoy that, don't miss this kid, Cale Wassolo. He's one of ours, Wyoming guy, and the #1 ranked bull rider in the nation. I'm excited to see him ride. That'll be coming up soon next month at the June 14th through the 20th College National Finals Rodeo in Casper. It's been in Casper for quite a few years now. It's always a great event to see the best collegiate athletes without the NIL nonsense. I don't believe college rodeo at the college level has gotten involved in the whole, transfer portal and name, image, likeness. This is just pure rodeo from the next batch of rodeo stars. They'll pull their card one day, many of them, and yeah, wait till you see this guy ride. He's super good. Cale Espenscheid, regional healing champion. I watched him rope his entire high school career. Unbelievable. He and his cousin, Espenscheid, team roper. I mean, they went through one season where nobody could beat them. Nobody. A lot of big names and a lot of Wyoming names taking part in next month's College National Finals Rodeo, including the #1 ranked bull rider. Julie Mencken has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Catch up with Cale Wassolo. Speaking of rodeo, let's check out the Western Ag Network and Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, let's put a bow around our conversations with world champion bareback rider Dean Thompson from Altamont, Utah. I'm going to give you a address if you'd like to help him out monetarily or just send him a get well card. Dean Thompson, 24 years old, recently diagnosed with Burkitt's lymphoma cancer. On the Roadshow coming up.
The world is coming together at Pulses 26, May 11th through the 14th in Orlando, Florida. Joining leaders from over 50 countries, it's the premier global event for the pulse industry, and the Northern Pulse Growers Association will be there to bring back real-time market insight and global opportunities. For over 20 years, Northern Pulse has been the voice for producers building markets, funding research, and driving demand for peas, lentils, and chickpeas, all with one goal, strengthening your bottom line at home. Follow the journey at northernpulse.com.
Be part of something bigger. Join the American Sheep Industry Association today. Producers who join their state sheep association automatically gain ASI membership and access to national resources and representation. If your state doesn't have an association, no worries. You can still sign up individually at sheepusa.org and stay connected to the future of the industry. Your voice matters. Your membership counts. Again, learn more at sheepusa.org.
For the last 4 or 5 days, we've had Altamont, Utah world champion bareback rider Dean Thompson on the Rodeo Road Show. 24 years old, a 3-time national finalist, was on his way to his 4th diagnosed with a very aggressive form of cancer called Burkitt's lymphoma. Dean Thompson has been receiving treatment since Easter Sunday. His first treatment was that day, Easter Sunday, 2026. It's a God thing, I believe. He has never gotten hung up on a bareback course. However, he did in Cave Creek, Arizona. And just by chance, while they were observing him and diagnosing the pain in his sternum, in the corner of the X-ray or CAT scan, they found a lump in the right side of his neck. His lymph nodes were swollen, and they said, you have Burkitt's lymphoma. After a few days, he got the call on Good Friday, first treatment on Easter Sunday. If you'd like to send a get well card, P.O. Box 242, Altamont, Utah, 84001. P.O. Box 242, Altamont, Utah, 84001. All the best to Dean Thompson from the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Well, thank you, Will. Thank you, Western Ag Network, for the rodeo update. That'll do it. We're halfway through. That'll do it for the hour. Halfway through the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jason Isaac up next. Shaul Hurwitz and Brittany Wardle all on next hour right after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Multiple Wyoming lawmakers and a Cheyenne-based car dealer voiced concern Friday over a federal requirement for mandatory kill switches in 2027 model vehicles. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one dealer calls it Big Brother, while a state legislator says it's draconian.
Representative Daniel Singh has been outspoken on this for a while, and he's called it satire, not policy. He was not alone, however. And Representative Mike Gibbs, a Democrat, told me it's the state's business if the state wants to hand down some kind of mandate like this, not the federal government. And he said, I don't know why the federal government's always trying to tell us what to do.
The requirement passed in the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, but it's about to become a reality as 2027 model year vehicles trickle into the market starting this year. Father Chad Rippiger is one of the Roman Catholic Church's most experienced and well-known exorcists. Cowboy State Daily's Zack reports that originally from Casper, Rippiger says he never asked to fight demons.
We wanted to be a priest and an academic and really focus on Catholic academics, but he was asked by the church to focus on exorcism. And this was at a time when the church was globally focusing on expanding exorcism institutionally.
Father Rippiger tells Cowboy State Daily that he's gained visibility in recent years after successive popes have directed dioceses to expand the use of exorcism in response to what Rippiger says is a rise in diabolical influences. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Attention motorcyclists, this year be sure to do your part in keeping everyone safe on Wyoming roads. Wear high visibility gear and make yourself seen. Do your part and share the roads safely. This has been another safe driving update from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A California man who was killed by elephants while on safari in Africa was a frequent hunter in Wyoming and close friends with a Douglas outfitter. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Dax McCarty says the media portrayal of his friend, California vineyard owner Ernie Docio, is wrong.
Those media portrayals of him as just a rich guy that was out over there killing things just for thrills. He said that's wrong. That's a misconception. That's not who this guy was. And then I also talked to a couple of Wyoming residents who have actually been on safari hunts in Africa. And they said, yeah, it's no joke over there.
McCarty tells Cowboy State Daily that according to what he was told by Docio's family, Docio died almost immediately when he was gored by a female elephant on April 17th in the Central African country of Gabon. The maker of an AI-powered robot chef wants to move its manufacturing from China to Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that FoodEase CEO Kishore Kadru says once you load the robot with ingredients, it will drop them into the pan, stir, and cook according to an app-driven recipe.
I see a lot of people conflating this or confusing this with a crock pot. It's not a crock pot because with a crock pot, you dump all the ingredients in at once and they all cook for the same amount of time. This is putting each ingredient in as needed. What Kishore would like to do, if he can get enough interest in this product, he'd like to move the manufacturing to America. So that's kind of how that played out. It's not that this is a Chinese company locating in America. They'd like to move it to Cheyenne, Wyoming instead.
Kadru is normally a real estate developer and business owner in Cheyenne, but has lately become one of FoodEase's primary beta testers. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time. But it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We've heard a lot of talk recently, like in the last month or so, about a pushback on data centers and some Wyomingites saying maybe we ought to press pause. Prior to that, we heard about the importance of winning the race, the AI race. We got to get there before China does, because if China dominates artificial intelligence, we'll head straight to the dark ages. We'll never see it. So we bring on our next guest, and I'm looking forward to this discussion. Jason Isaac joins us, Texas-based energy and public policy advocate, founder, CEO of the American Energy Institute, former member of the Texas House of Representatives. I think he did 4 terms there. The Honorable Jason Isaac on the show. You've seen him on Fox News, Fox Business, CNN, and other national shows. And there's a news story, a recent story in the Center Square, I can't say that is part of my regular reading, but I did read some of it, and I'm concerned. Thanks for coming on. Jason, did I get it mostly right? We're going to talk about foreign influence And foreign money, foreign influence is showing up in news. What you think is organic and local when it comes to, I don't know about data centers. They use a lot of water, and they're going to send up my electricity bill. Some of it is being planted. What?
Yeah, it's certainly not organic by any means whatsoever. I started to notice some signs in my small city that I live in that all of a sudden said stop data centers. And I was like, wow, they actually have campaign signs out now. Like, this is something new. These aren't notes being left under a city councilman's, in Indianapolis, his door that was handwritten. I don't know if you heard about that story, but there was 13 shots fired through a city councilman in Indianapolis's door because people had been just so geared up about opposition to data centers, and he voted in support of one. But the campaign signs was like the first alert, and it just happened to be in a yard that said, Bernie can't be bought by billionaires, which I thought was funny because when you look at some of the opposition to these data centers, it's foreign funding sources. You've got this Swiss guy, Hans-Georg Wyss. He's a Swiss billionaire. He's also advocated against affordable, reliable energy. So this is a guy that's trying to dismantle coal, which is pretty important to Wyoming, but he's also trying to dismantle the artificial intelligence race in the infrastructure that we need to build it. I'm not going to say there aren't some concerns about data centers, but I was in the legislature 10, 12 years ago, and we were meeting with companies that build data centers and seeing, what are some of the hurdles to building them in Texas. And now today, 10 years later, we have over 430 data centers here in the state, and they're proposing another 100. But winning this artificial intelligence race, as you alluded to, is incredibly important. And I just want to share, because a lot of people think, you take a picture of a plant. What kind of plant is this? You take a picture of something and ask AI, what is this? Or give me a recipe, and you don't get all these ads with your recipe, how to cook something. I mean, those are some of the things that I've used AI for that have been helpful. But look at what John Deere's doing. In the farming community, they put AI on tractors that spray herbicides on crops. And so guess what? The AI and the cameras are identifying what's really a weed and what's a crop, and they're only treating the weed. So herbicide use has come down in farming applications in these scenarios, 60 to 70%. That's a massive increase in efficiency, a massive decrease of herbicides. So I think the MAHA movement can certainly get behind even more data centers. And we do. And I wouldn't press pause on these. I would continue to press play, build them. Let's power them with natural gas. Let's power them with coal, because those sources can run 24 hours a day.
You mentioned that the billionaire Weiss, yes, his name has come up a few times in Wyoming. Jason, are there other links to billionaires? Where does the money come from? And in the story, there's mentioned some $39 million in foreign funding. They say follow the money, and that's real simple. When you see this message out there and you wonder who collectively is against data centers, like who is starting this organized, just follow the money, huh?
Yeah, it really is. There's a guy, Chris Hone. He's a British hedge fund manager. He's known for funding climate and social advocacy. So he's one of these guys that's been brainwashed by the climate alarmist cult in Britain, led to decommissioning of affordable, reliable coal in the United Kingdom. They have some of the second highest, I think, cost for electricity on the planet, behind Germany. And those countries are deindustrializing, and that's something we certainly don't want to do here. Everything that they're doing climate policy related in the UK and the European Union are to the direct benefit of China. And that's when you start to get into, wait, let's peel the layers of the onion back. You look at some of these organizations. There's Arabella, which is this dark money left-wing organization that funds a lot of these groups. I remember in 2018, it was my last term in the legislature. I term limited myself. And I started to hear about this group called Indivisible. And they started having these kind of protests and really disturbances at town halls for members of Congress. Just happened to be coincidentally only Republican members of Congress. And they'd start showing up at their district offices and going in and creating these annoying disturbances in district offices. Well, Indivisible, who I just was talking to a legislator in Texas last week, is arranging these protests and these petitions against data centers, happen to be right near military bases in central Texas. But it's all being led by Indivisible. And they're one of the recipients of, I think, over $7 million in foreign funding to drive up and scare people about something that's been happening now for over a decade and been doing quite well. But all of a sudden, it's become a massive problem because people are being manipulated.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing this kind of thing certainly in Wyoming, where data centers that are being proposed, certainly in the southeast part of the state, Cheyenne area. Now, all of a sudden, you and your neighbor are saying, well, wait a minute, I'm concerned about this and that. Where did you come up with that idea? Where did your neighbor come up with it? It may be more weirdness than you think. This anti-AI data center movement in the U.S., there's some trace to money and foreign influence, foreign billionaires. The New American Energy Institute report shows such a link. Jason is the founder and CEO of that outfit. Jason Isaac, explain to the degree you can the importance, and we've talked about it with numerous guests on this show, the importance of so-called winning this AI race. Artificial intelligence, certainly the future. We've heard about, the party gimmick ways you can use it, the chat GPT, but it's got so many useful applications, artificial intelligence, making computers do work for us. It's definitely the future. What happens if China succeeds in getting us away, getting our eye off the ball when it comes to AI? Because AI, all this cloud technology lives in the cloud, but the cloud lives in actual warehouses of computers. It's got to be somewhere. It should be in the United States, and it should be in Wyoming, and maybe a little in Texas.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting. I've talked to people we don't delete photos from our phones. We take these photos and you keep them, and there's multiple copies of them. It's almost like this identical picture. People really just don't delete it. It's this messy, file cabinet, if you will. And those photos need to be stored somewhere. So when you lose your phone or someone steals your phone, it's all backed up in the cloud. Hopefully, if you've got the settings turned on right, to make your life a lot easier. But that's what it's about, in my opinion. Artificial intelligence, AI, is really about increasing efficiency, something I've worked for decades to do, first in the trucking industry and then getting into government, running for office and serving in the legislature. It's about how can we make government more efficient? How can we make our lives more efficient so we spend less money? In the case of working in trucking, you look about route optimization, travel optimization, weather. I mean, there's just certain things that you can do to reduce the cost per mile, which ultimately reduces the cost to consumers. The example that I used about farming. I mean, there's ranching opportunities where you can actually do facial recognition on cattle. So you can tell which cattle is which. You can also look at an entire body of a cow and see, is that cow maybe having a health issue? And so you're just absolutely incredible. So that's actually going to help ranchers be more productive. They're going to have lower losses. So they're going to have an increased yield. And that means that we're going to see reduced costs for goods. That's just some of the minuscule things that people just don't think about when they think about artificial intelligence. But there are so many other applications out there to make travel safer, to make roads safer, that can be optimized with artificial intelligence, because it's just processing so much information so fast, and then setting up these agents to do work for you. Imagine just being able to pick up your phone and send a text to a computer that you have that says, hey, I need to book a flight from, Cheyenne to Denver, and then I'm back on this date, and give me a hotel. And this agent could actually do it for you.
Yeah.
So it's just really making your life easier, more efficient. The military efficiency gains are absolutely incredible. And that's one of the things that we've got to win this war on with China. Because if not, we're going to continue to be subservient to them. We're going to continue to lose manufacturing jobs because they'll be more efficient in China. And we don't want that. We want them to be more efficient here in the United States. We produce things more responsibly in this country than anywhere else on the planet. And if there's anything that we're consuming, it should be made right here in the United States.
Jason, yes. I mean, the future, the AI future, sky's the limit. We don't even know where the new technology could take us. And we need this in the hands of the more people, the better. Private enterprise, entrepreneurs in the United States who like thinking people. Whereas if it becomes militarized, if it becomes a military thing, we know what'll happen if China wins a race to AI, the CCP. It'll be closed. It'll be government only, and it'll stagnate. The future of AI is going to be in the bright minds of whoever's thinking of how they want to use it next.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate. The people that are funding this opposition really want us to live in the Stone Ages. I mean, the Dark Ages. They want us burning wood to keep our homes warm and to heat food. Their opposition to affordable and reliable energy, primarily from hydrocarbons, from fossil fuels, they just have no understanding of math, physics, and science. And physics wins every time. This intermittency that we've added to our grid here in the United States was preceded by Germany doing it. Most expensive electricity in the world. And what's happening in Germany, their largest automobile manufacturers, BMW manufacturers, their largest facility is in the United States. Mercedes is shutting down manufacturing operations because energy costs are too high. BASF, a world-leading chemical component manufacturing company headquartered in Germany, they're moving more operations to Texas and to China. They're shutting down operations in Germany. It's incredibly detrimental to the people that live in Germany, but they have just bent this knee to the climate cartel for so long, and unfortunately, the climate cartel opposes America winning the AI data race too.
This, if you are hearing or feeling or sensing any kind of anti-AI, anti-data center rhetoric, often it's not what you think. It's not organic and local and concerns of your neighbor. It's, as Jason Isaac says, it's being fueled by a coordinated network of activist groups backed by more than $39 million in foreign funding. What concern is it for your organization, your outfit? You're the founder of the American Energy Institute. Energy and AI, what's the relationship there? And can Wyoming and can the United States produce enough energy to feed these data centers? Wyoming, certainly, we've run out of ways to figure out how to make electricity. Natural gas, coal, oil. I mean, nuclear. We can create energy here. There's no doubt.
Wyoming could power the entire North American continent with the energy that's under the soil there. If you're watching online, I've got a hat in my background that says "Mine American Coal" again. I've given a bunch of those out in Wyoming and other places around the country, in Indiana. Because look, the resources that you have there that you produce more responsibly than anywhere else on the planet could really power the entire North American continent. You talk about the uranium mining, the resources to make nuclear, the coal, the natural gas. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. So it is really important to Wyoming. And that's where I started to look into this. I saw some of the opposition to data centers, and I started to peel the layers of the onion back, like, oh, why are these people opposed to data centers? Then I find out the foreign funding. Then I found out the angle on this energy. They require a ton of electricity to run constantly. Well, guess what doesn't produce electricity constantly? Wind, solar, and short duration batteries. And everybody keeps saying, oh, well, solar's the answer, and then we'll just store everything in batteries. Well, batteries are about $1 billion a gigawatt. You know what else is $1 billion a gigawatt? Natural gas or coal. And then they can run 24 hours a day with these short duration batteries, last 2 hours at most. And then you've got to recharge them. They're incredibly expensive. It's a misallocation of resources. I'm really excited. The Dry Fork power plant there in Wyoming is slated for expansion. It's the first coal-fired power plant in this country that will be actually expanded, increasing more electricity, adding more turbines to produce more electricity. This is a huge win for Wyoming. It's in a partnership with the Department of Energy and the Wyoming Energy Authority. That's just huge for people in Wyoming. We need to see more of that. This is what China has done over the last decade. They had a coal-fired power plant every 1 to 2 weeks. As I've testified in front of Congress several times, I say of all the technology the Chinese steal from us, it'd be nice to utilize our pollution control technology. I mean, we're world leaders in clean air, reducing criteria pollutants nearly 80% over the last 5 decades. We're number one when it comes to access to clean and safe drinking water. China has really built their back on this cheap coal, electricity, and its powering industry there. And it's doing it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And doing it very affordably. And so what's the result? They've started to expand refined goods or export refined goods. They've never exported energy before, but now diesel, jet fuel, home heating oil, because they expanded their refining capacity. I don't know if you heard about the Bridger pipeline announcement last week, but they call it Keystone Light. Will bring crude from Alberta into Wyoming to be refined there. I think this is a huge win for American energy. It's a huge win for Wyoming. So Wyoming certainly could sit at the center of energy production of this country and really power the AI data revolution. But there will be more fear So here's the latest thing that your listeners should be aware of what people are going to be saying. They're going to be talking about the temperature increase. I mean, I saw reports this weekend that people are pushing out there that data centers could cause the temperature around them to increase by 16 degrees. I mean, this is just these are crazy hypotheses built on fake, false models trying to scare people. But no one was scared when the solar panel fields were getting built around them, and those do increase temperature from anywhere from 2 to 5 degrees. So now they're like, it's just amazing that the same people pushing solar, which does increase the temperature, are now claiming that data centers increase the temperature. It's like the hypocrisy is just laughable.
Well, we should be bullish on data centers, which is the brick and mortar behind the cloud, behind artificial intelligence, and we got to get there before China. Why is there foreign money in the game? Interesting. Let's start with that and then trace it back, peel back the onion. Jason Isaac did exactly that. A Texas-based energy and public policy advocate. He's the founder, CEO of American Energy Institute. And there's a lot of ground to cover in all this. I mean, we just touched on one. We started with the one story that's out now. But, yeah, let's have you on again and talk just all things energy.
I'd love to do it.
Thank you for being on. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Keep living the high-carbon lifestyle.
Yes. We'll be right back. We're going to go to Yellowstone and figure out how much water does Old Faithful throw up there in both steam and liquid and vapor. Somebody actually crunched the numbers.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there.
Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
right, moving through a Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. And our next guest is going to get us into hot water. Oh, that's probably a bad joke. How many times have you heard that one? Shaul Hurwitz is with us, research hydrologist with the USGS Volcano Science Center. And this guy knows a thing or two about hot water. He had the genius idea to actually measure, to document, to quantify the amount of water. I mean, this is probably every first grader who has ever visited Yellowstone on a field trip and saw Old Faithful. This is like a first grader's question. How much water did I just see get thrown up into the air? Has anybody measured it? And supposedly somebody did, but Shaul said, I couldn't verify that. Yeah. Is that what you did? You measured the water or weighed it or what?
We measured how much water erupts from Old Faithful for 45 different eruptions. So that was quite a task, but I think we did quite a good job. It took us a while to figure out how to do it and how to do it right. But I think in the end, we were able to quantify and see how much water comes from an eruption of Old Faithful, the most famous geyser in the world.
Mm-hmm. And I think you've been wanting to do this for a long time, right? In the story, Andrew, I think this is Andrew, got to be an Andrew story. Yeah, Andrew Rossi. Yeah, you had been wanting to do this. What was it waiting? You probably needed, all scientists need funding. Somebody's got to give you money to do it. But this is something you've wanted to do. Everybody knows Old Faithful.
So I've been working in Yellowstone for quite a long time, over 2 decades, and I've done a few studies on Old Faithful's past also. And I knew that one of the most important parameters of any geyser is how much water comes out of it. How much heat does it transport with that water? How much mass does it transport? So I knew that there were 2 studies actually in the past that tried to quantify it, but again, left no documentation and no evidence how they were done. Much of it was based on assumptions. So we said, let's try. Quite a big team of us tried to, including the USGS and National Park Service and university collaborators, designed an experiment where we could actually measure how much water comes out. And I think we were quite successful at the end.
All right. I'm interested to know the actual details and nuts and bolts on how you did this. How do you measure water that spews out of Old Faithful? I imagine, and you did it over how many different eruptions? And then I asked Andrew, how could you do this when tourists are going to Yellowstone wanting to see an eruption? And there's all these scientists, they got their gizmos up there, and it ruins the whole experience. So when did you do it, and how did you do it?
So we carried it out in April 2025. This is a period of administrative closure. So there's no tourists in the park. And also the webcam that looks at Old Faithful continuously, even now, was shifted away. So it won't be evident that scientists are walking off the boardwalks of Old Faithful. So we did it then. Again, it was a group of us, of people, and it was cold and some nights were icy. But we did it. So you asked how we did it. So the problem with Old Faithful that when it erupts, depending on the wind direction, the water could flow in many different directions. And there's 6 main, very, very shallow outflow channels. So it's hard to measure the flow through them with conventional ways. But one of the channels, the main channel that drains Old Faithful, towards the end of it has a place where we could locate a flume. A flume is a device a calibrated flume where water flows through, and we know the height of the water in the flume, and we can put an instrument called a pressure transducer that records continuously. Every 10 seconds, it recorded the height of the water inside the flume. So this way we get a continuous record. That's one way. And the rest of the channels all flow into the nearby Firehole River. And we put an instrument called a specific conductance meter just above where the flows from Old Faithful flow into the river and below. And by looking at the changes in specific conductance, which is a proxy for salinity, because the waters that erupt from Old Faithful are more saline than the Firehole River. So we can know how much water those had to carry those salts from Old Faithful into the water. So we did that again, continuously reporting with instruments. And we can say the combined volume was the volume that went into the flume and the volume that went into the Firehole River. In addition to that, as people who saw Faithful, there's a lot of, towards the end of the eruption, there's a lot of steam that comes out after the liquid phase. The first, what we measured was only the liquid that went up in the air and then dropped down on the ground and was flying. And then to calculate the steam, we did some calculations based on thermodynamics and of what might expect. So we put all these numbers together to get the total volume of an eruption.
Even the steam, what was that significant? Was that measurable? Give me an idea about how much the steam contributed to overall the volume of water.
So the volume, it contributes a lot. The steam is not very dense and takes a lot of space. But when you look at mass, which is what we actually measured, it comes down to very little. It's probably less than 10% of, if I remember, less than 10% of the total eruption is actually in the steam phase. Most of it comes out as liquid. In terms of mass, in terms of volume, there's a lot. So it looks like there's a lot of steam, but really steam is the density is so low that it's not much in terms of mass.
Interesting. Shaul Hurwitz is with us, in the new study that attempts to quantify just how much water is discharged in an eruption of Old Faithful. We had taken it for granted, old numbers, but we'll talk in a minute about why Shaul said, well, okay, you got a number. Where did that come from? And, scientists want to be exact. They want to know, the footnotes. They want to see all the research. What was the understood or the accepted value, the accepted number, and how did you say, wait a minute, why do we just accept that and believe that?
So the number that the park advertises in boards in the park and online is a number that came about from some study that was carried out or published more than half a century ago, 50 years ago. So it was published then, and it was based on some assumptions, based on one measurement that was not really reported, how it was done, where it was done, how many eruptions it covered, all that was not given. And the scientists who did it just extrapolated from the number that was given to her and gave a number, and the park published that. It ends out that number is within range of the number that we got. So it's not completely way off. It's not like an order of magnitude off. There was another earlier studies that was done in the 1920s and published in the mid-1930s, again, with the same idea that those scientists that published that paper just heard or somebody gave them a number, not telling them how and nothing, and that number is way too high, for example. So we wanted, there was a contrast between those two previous numbers, and we want to say, let's try to get it right. With modern technology, we can do more than they did in the past.
Amazing. So anyone who's been to Yellowstone, we talked a little bit about those runoffs. Whenever Old Faithful goes off, it kind of streams off towards the boardwalk. Some water streams away towards Firehole River. You were able to flume all those runoffs and measure the water. What did you find out? Because anybody who's been to Yellowstone and has seen Old Faithful and seen more than one eruption, they vary, some both in length of how long it's going off and in height, and I'm certain by water volume. So you saw a variety of a range of stuff. How many eruptions again did you measure, and what kind of variety did we see as far as water volume?
So we measured 45 eruptions, and actually only one channel was with a flume. The rest went right to the river, and we were measuring the specific conductance in the Firehole River, or the salinity change in the Firehole Rivers. That's how we got the variety of volumes. For example, so the average, we calculated an average is just about over 7,000 gallons of water per eruption, but it went as low as about less than half of that and about 50% more from that average value. So there's a variety. So it's even the eruptions themselves, the interval between the eruptions, which gave the geyser its name, the Faithful name, That changed again. There's an average of 93 to 94 minutes between two eruptions, but that can go up to 180 minutes and can go less. So what we saw, which was not surprising, is that shorter eruptions that you mentioned, they have less volume. The water that erupts through them is lower than the longer eruptions. So a short eruption is one that's about 2.5 minutes or less, and a long or regular long are about 3 to 5 minutes, let's say, or 3 to 4 minutes more commonly. That's a long. And they have, again, there's a variety. And as you said, in terms of measuring, wind has you have a plume. So the wind shifts the water in many different directions, which change with time. And some of the days you have, we did in April, so there was ice on the ground some of the evenings. So the water kind of on the way down in the channels could freeze, even as hot as it comes out, it still freezes on its way down. There's snow that you have to account for. There's a bunch of things that we just have to account for. And we had a weather station with us to measure where the wind is going, so we can look at how that affected the distribution of water that flows into the different channels.
And again, all this took place during a period where Yellowstone Old Faithful was not being visited, so you were able to have kind of free reign to do that. You must have had the whole game plan in place, and you were just waiting around hoping for a government shutdown of some kind. And then when this thing got green lighted, it must have been a scramble. Like, all right, let's do it now.
Well, we knew about these administrative periods. Actually, I was there like a few weeks ago. Again, Chris, there was another administrative period also at Old Faithful to measure other things of the geyser. But we work under a very strict research permit that the park issues. So you have to give them a plan. You have to tell them when you're going to go. It's not just let's just go have fun. They're strict. It's one of the most famous monuments of any national park in the country. So the park has a special interest to make sure that nothing is all is done correctly, so we won't do any damage. We won't leave any trace that people would not follow us in terms of walking off the boardwalk. It's dangerous. There's a lot of things that we have to be aware in terms of safety, in terms of just visibility. So we want to make sure that we're doing it correctly and nice and safe.
Shaul Hurwitz, research hydrologist with USGS Volcano Science Center. I got a couple of more questions while we have you here. One of them is I've heard you mention a couple times the salinity. This water is salty water. What is it that makes it salty?
So what happens is that the water that comes out of Old Faithful is hot. So we have rain and snow that enters the ground, recharges the ground way to distance, and it flows. And as it flows to depth, it heats up. When it heats up, it reacts with the rocks and it dissolves all kinds of elements from those rocks. In the case of Yellowstone, these rocks are the main rock is called rhyolite, which is a rock that has a lot of silica in it. So the water that flows dissolves a lot of the silica and other elements as well, including chloride, and then it erupts. So it's quite similar to other hot springs in the Upper Geyser Basin, which is where Old Faithful is located. And it didn't change much throughout time, also that composition, but it's mainly from reaction of hot water with rocks.
Rhyolite, by the way, is so prevalent in the Yellowstone area. That's how Yellowstone got its name. Rhyolite is kind of yellow in color. If you see it you certainly see it in the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone along the walls. This is fascinating stuff. So what is this research? Is there anything applicable that research, other than now definitively getting some numbers, and we can use that for an answer to Trivial Pursuit, maybe, what did scientists learn? Anything that was important?
So again, I've dedicated much of my career to understand how these geysers work as part of how Earth works, but there's a way how heat is transported. They're episodic. They're very unique. There's not many of them in the world. There's maybe 1,000 worldwide, and maybe half of them are in Yellowstone, and most of those are in the Upper Geyser Basin. So it's a very unique combination of how these things work. Now, measuring the volume of water provides, like the National Park Service, a baseline for which they can see if there are changes in the geyser activity, and for example, we know that in the past there were major changes in how Old Faithful erupted, the frequency between the eruptions or the interval between the eruptions. So we know that it would provide them with a baseline to see changes and then manage how they manage tourism, just how they manage the resources, which is the main resource in Yellowstone National Park. It provides us with a better understanding how heat is transported and erupted episodically, because in a regular hot spring that it does not erupt. You know, that heat is just coming out continuously, just flowing out a little stream. Here it's a phenomenon that helps us understand how energy systems, because in the future or even now, we want to use that heat in some locations to extract energy from it. You know, geothermal power plants they're not in Wyoming, but there's some in Idaho. There's certainly a lot in Nevada and California. And we want to understand how heat, and this provides us just a unique laboratory to understand processes that we can apply elsewhere to understand how heat is transported in the subsurface by water.
It seems like we're learning something every day when it comes to Yellowstone and certainly Old Faithful. Like not that long ago, there was that ground penetrating radar or whatever, and we got a good measure of the chambers there's subterranean chambers that hold that water that regulate when Yellowstone finally blows. They fill up, they get to a boiling, and out it comes. Old Faithful's not as faithful as it used to be. Why is that? Well, we could start by studying the actual medium, the water. How much water flies out of there? We finally have some numbers thanks to this guy and his team. Shaul Hurwitz, thanks for being on the show. It's fascinating.
Thanks for having me, and have a good morning, everybody.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back with Brittany after this.
It's a great time to live in Wyoming. Just one of the exciting developments in our state is the resurgence of energy.
Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket.
Cowboy State Daily has a team of reporters that not only give you the facts, but the perspective and state as well as global analysis that is so important in understanding this pivotal time in Wyoming's history. Count on Cowboy State Daily for the news and perspective you need at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jackamick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jackamick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
We welcome in Brittany Wardle. She's the Community Prevention Project Director at Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. Cowboy State Daily Show. Hi, Brittany. How's your day going?
Good morning. It's going well. How about yours?
Pretty good. It's a Monday. And
Yes,
I'm
I hear you.
I'm a little laggy on a Monday. But
I can understand that.
Everybody, we're all going at the same speed on a Monday. We're all kind of,
Yes.
Hey,
yes.
did your horse win in the Kentucky Derby?
I have to be honest, I didn't have a horse. But did yours? I'd love to know.
No, my stupid horse. I was going with the Puma, and they scratched her leg swelling right before the race. Late scratch.
No.
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
Well, better safe than sorry, as they say in the medical world.
Did you have a good hat?
Did it what?
Did you have a good hat for the event?
For the event. It's all about the hat, right? And the mint juleps. No, I just barely caught it on TV. I remembered it like the last second, even though I had a horse picked out. I'm like, oh, Kentucky Derby. And I turned it on just in time to watch who won. Came from like last to first. It was an amazing race. But no, I didn't have a good hat either. I didn't get caught up in it. I just mention it because Friday when we had the show, anybody who came on the show, I had them pick a horse, and some were also baffled. They're like, I need help. Who's in it?
Yeah, that would have been me for sure.
Yeah. All right, let's talk brain health, community wellness, and event coming up on May 9th. Beginning with, I want to think about, I know somebody personally that suffered a stroke, significant stroke, and I don't know there were any warning signs. This was someone who was very athletic, I don't know if there's something you can predetermine or signs of stroke, but is this something, can we do anything to reduce our risk of stroke, and is there any way to see it coming, Brittany?
Yeah, so excellent questions. I'm going to start on the prevention side, of course, because that's where we get the best bang for our buck. But when we think about prevention of stroke and supporting our brain health, there are a lot of ways that we ourselves can modify our risk, which is excellent, right? Because that's not always the case for many of our health conditions. But for stroke specifically, one of the first things that's best to do is to get into your primary care doctor and check your blood pressure, right? Check your cholesterol. That's a great place to start, see what those numbers look like, because there might be some things that need to be managed more immediately than others. The other things we tend to think about are reducing or stopping our use of tobacco or alcohol. Sometimes an unpopular discussion, right? But we know that those things also contribute to our risk. And then the other big things we think about are, how are we moving our bodies every day, right? I don't mean suffering on a treadmill at the gym for hours, right? But just moving our bodies. Are we getting out and walking around the neighborhood? And then how are we eating and sleeping, right? These are all things we talk to our doctor about often, but all things that we have some ability to control and modify for ourselves.
Yeah, and it's not only saying no to all those dangerous things. I mean, the tobacco and alcohol use, it comes up in everything as being a negative, but the simple positive things like what you eat, and even when you eat, Brittany, like I heard you're not supposed to eat and then go right to bed. It'd be great to eat your meal and then just a short walk, just a 20, 30-minute walk.
Absolutely. I think that some people, right, have an impression that we're asking for a 45-minute vigorous, CrossFit workout. But really, you're right. 20 or 30 minutes around the block or around the neighborhood can be really helpful in just getting our bodies moving and digesting our meal we've just consumed.
All right, let's spring into brain health. Let's talk about this May 9th thing. And we got some special guest speakers. What's going on? Where? It's in Cheyenne, yes?
Yep. So it's in Cheyenne, and it's 9 to 1. The last day to register is today. So good timing on our parts to be talking about it. But it's going to highlight some really important things that we've just talked about, right? It's going to talk about some of those brain health pieces, how it is lifelong. We want to pay attention to this our entire life, right? Not just as we age. So we're going to hear from Dr. Hart, who works in primary care and works with patients in that setting. And then we're also going to hear from Amy Speaker, who's going to talk a lot about some of those social determinants of health that might be able to be modified so we can reduce our risk for a stroke. There are also going to be door prizes, right? Everyone loves a door prize, and lunch is provided. So I think it's going to be a great event for folks.
Swag, prizes, and food. Yeah, this is not the first time you put on an event. That's smart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good thinking. Okay, so this again, you got to be registered to get into this. And here's your last day. Where do we go on the internet? So I just had it, and now my stupid computer did something. What?
No problem. It is CheyenneRegional.org/symposiums is the website that folks can visit to register.
Okay, very good. What is your day-to-day? I mean, when you're not doing events like this, what is your day-to-day like regarding brain health? That's your area?
So I am part of our community health team, and we do, I would say, a pretty significant variety of tasks. In my day-to-day role, I tend to focus on substance use and suicide prevention, right? So brain health for sure, just not specific to strokes. So really trying to get out in the community and help folks understand the impact of substance use, encouraging them to use less or not at all. And then on the suicide prevention side, right, really talking about mental health and how we can support our brain health in that way.
Brittany, thanks for bringing this to light, and a little urgency, a little feet to the flame. You got to get registered now for this May 9th event, 1 o'clock, May 9th, $25 registration fee to get registered. And then hopefully, 9 to 1. Wait a minute. What time did I say it was?
It's 9 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
And you're going to be learning from Dr. Hart, Amy Speaker.
Yes, it's going to be great. And I think it's also another opportunity to connect with other folks socially, which we know is also a great protective factor for stroke prevention.
Yeah, all kinds of wellness, suicide, stroke. Yes, interfacing with others. It's a lost art with with social media now. Hey, thanks.
Awesome.
Thanks for being on. Hopefully we'll send people your way. Project Director, Community Prevention, Brittany Wardle joins us from Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. May 9th, this event. And get registered now. You bet. Thank you. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. We're a little past the halfway point. Coming up next hour, Governor Mark Gordon will be on the show. Dale Killingback will share all the latest stories he's written, and we'll close things up with longtime Wyoming community leader and former mayor of Rawlins, Terry Weickum, will be on the show next hour. I do want to talk about some stories in the national scene, and I do, we should get to this day in history while we're at it. We got about 4 minutes to sneak that in. This day is May 4th, of course, if you're checking. 1870, First Lieutenant Charles Stambaugh. You may recognize the name, Camp Stambaugh. It was named for him. He was killed in action on this day in 1870 near Miner's Delight. 1883, this day, remains of soldiers buried at Fort Fetterman were relocated. You know the Fetterman Massacre. You probably heard about that historic event. Remains of soldiers from that conflict were relocated on this day to the Fort McPherson National Cemetery. The gentleman bandit, known for his good manners when he was holding up stagecoaches and the like, Bill Carlisle, born on this day in 1890, the gentleman bandit. 1923, the big story of the day. I say big. I don't know how big it was. a hog in Kemmer made news headlines this day in 1923 for eating 40 pounds of mash, thereby destroying the evidence in a bootlegging case. That sounds intentional. Where's the evidence, Your Honor? This pig ate it all. Very interesting. Prohibition, 1923. There was a lot of bootlegging all over Wyoming in the Kemmer area, certainly in the Cheyenne area. This day, 1925, a contract awarded for the construction of the Guernsey Dam. In 1933, the CCC, Civilian Conservation Corps, established Camp Miller near Gillette. There's so many things that this initiative made and built. Many roads in rural areas. Many things can trace back to the CCC. 1934, this day, the Civilian Conservation Corps established Camp Miller near Gillette. Food rationing began across the United States on this day in 1942, of course, in the peak of World War II. This day, 1973, Special Agent George Henderson, Office of the Attorney General, was killed by an accidental discharge of his own weapon during the pursuit of a narcotics suspect. 1979, Dwayne Hartigan from Albany County Sheriff's Office deputy was killed in an airplane accident. He and the pilot were searching for a missing skier. They had just found the skier. They looked down, they said, there he is. And then the plane crashed. 1979. It happened on this day in history. All these things happen on May 4. We're going to pause for top of the hour news. We'll catch you right back on the other side about 6 minutes from now. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Radio Show with Jay.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Multiple Wyoming lawmakers and a Cheyenne-based car dealer voiced concern Friday over a federal requirement for mandatory kill switches in 2027 model vehicles. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one dealer calls it Big Brother, while a state legislator says it's draconian.
Representative Daniel Singh has been outspoken on this for a while, and he's called it satire, not policy. He was not alone, however. And Representative Mike Yins, a Democrat, told me it's the state's business if the state wants to hand down some kind of mandate like this, not the federal government. And he said, I don't know why the federal government's always trying to tell us what to do.
The requirement passed in the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, but it's about to become a reality as 2027 model year vehicles trickle into the market starting this year. Father Chad Rippiger is one of the Roman Catholic Church's most experienced and well-known exorcists. Cowboy State Daily's Zack reports that originally from Casper, Rippiger says he never asked to fight demons.
We wanted to be a priest and an academic and really focus on Catholic academics, but he was asked by the church to focus on exorcism. And this was at a time when the church was globally focusing on expanding exorcism institutionally.
Father Rippiger tells Cowboy State Daily that he's gained visibility in recent years after successive popes have directed dioceses to expand the use of exorcism in response to what Rippiger says is a rise in diabolical influences. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Attention motorcyclists, this year be sure to do your part in keeping everyone safe on Wyoming roads. Wear high visibility gear and make yourself seen, do your part, and share the roads safely. This has been another safe driving update from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grip behind it.
the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A California man who was killed by elephants while on safari in Africa was a frequent hunter in Wyoming and close friends with a Douglas outfitter. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Dax McCarty says the media portrayal of his friend, California vineyard owner Ernie Docio, is wrong.
Those media portrayals of him as just a rich guy that was out over there killing things just for thrills. He said that's wrong. That's a misconception. That's not who this guy was. And then I also talked to a couple Wyoming residents who have actually been on safari hunts in Africa. And they said, yeah, it's no joke over there.
McCarty tells Cowboy State Daily that according to what he was told by Docio's family, Docio died almost immediately when he was gored by a female elephant on April 17th in the Central African country of Gabon. The maker of an AI-powered robot chef wants to move its manufacturing from China to Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that FoodEase CEO Kishore Kadru says once you load the robot with ingredients, it will drop them into the pan, stir, and cook according to an app-driven recipe.
I see a lot of people conflating this or confusing this with a crock pot. It's not a crock pot because with a crock pot, you dump all the ingredients in at once and they all cook for the same amount of time. This is putting each ingredient in as needed. What Kishore would like to do, if he can get enough interest in this product, he'd like to move the manufacturing to America. So that's kind of how that played out. It's not that this is a Chinese company locating in America. They'd like to move it to Cheyenne, Wyoming instead.
Kadru is normally a real estate developer and business owner in Cheyenne, but has lately become one of FoodEase's primary beta testers. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown. Never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake in the final hour of a Monday edition of the show. And I love when we have a show that kind of comes full circle with a common theme. And the common theme for this Monday show is the rich history and tradition of the Wyoming National Guard. We had Colonel Barttelbort on earlier talking about the new book that outlines the beginning of the Wyoming National Guard, 1870. And now we have the governor of Wyoming on to explain what he was doing in Tunisia recently. And secret giveaway to the answer is it has something to do with the Wyoming National Guard. How was it being over there in Tunisia? What happened?
Hi, Jake, good to see you this morning. Like the King Ropes hat.
Thanks.
That's awesome. It was wonderful to be there. We've had 22 years of National Guard partnership with Tunisia. We're the second oldest program there in Africa. There's one in Morocco that is a year or so older, and I can't remember. I think that's Utah. So these two Western states have been there for for us, it was actually to observe the culmination of the 2026 African lion exercise, which is something they hold every year. I think this has been 6th or 7th year. They go around various countries in Africa. It's been the 2nd year it's been in Tunisia. And what we got to witness was the partnership of Tunisian armed forces, trained in large part, but also assisted a bit by Wyoming Guard, French and Italian, plus some soldiers from Senegal and some observers from Nigeria. And there were about 40 countries that were involved in this. And the part we got to observe was really multifold. One, capturing a ship. So they had paratroopers that jumped out of a helicopter and got in a boat and then overwhelmed the ship. We saw paratroopers that were coming out to both from low altitude in a helicopter, and then also what they call high, low open assault. So they came in. It was a Wyoming day, probably 40-mile-an-hour winds. So these guys all landed pretty much where they were supposed to, which was astounding. Some of them took sniper positions. They had targets down at the end of one of the theaters, and they showed marksmanship there. Then they rescued a hostage, and they had somebody sneak up behind them, and a dog was loosed on the guy that was trying to shoot the folks from the back. And then they had a device that was going to explode, and so they disarmed that. And it was an extensive exercise, and to see the coordination between all of these different nationalities, with Italian being spoken, French being spoken, English being spoken, cleaning up radiological and biohazards. It was an extraordinary exercise.
I mean, we live in a world today, Governor, where bad actors globally, we could see something bad go down, and having the solidarity of different nations. Wyoming's a nation. I'm sure the Wyoming National Guard did really well in conditions that were perfectly Wyoming. But Tunisia hosting this African Lion 2026. This is the 10th consecutive year they've hosted this annual coalition. This partnership's been going on for quite a while. I didn't know how far back Tunisia and Wyoming go, 2-decade partnership, and also Tunisia and the United States.
1797.
When the fledgling United States was waving the flag saying, hey, recognize us now, we're free from Britain. Tunisia was the first country to say, okay, you guys are a nation. Wow.
Yeah, no. And on a previous trip, I was able to see that famous treaty that John Adams, they keep it in their capital. And it was extraordinary to see that original document. It's like going to the Library of Congress. The other thing, Jake, and I think this is something that we're going to be much more attuned to now that we see what's going on in the Straits of Hormuz. Tunisia is really about the only port infrastructure on that northern African coast that isn't Chinese in some way. And so being able to maintain that independence, we know how important it is to be able to protect those routes. Plus, the other thing that they're dealing with, and I think this is very good for us, Tunisia was the biggest traffic for immigrants coming out of Africa and heading to Spain or heading to Italy, and I think their border security, they've really beefed it up. We've helped a little bit with sort of the ways to do that, and so those things are really important for us as well. On a personal note, Jake, I'd just say I had a cousin, John Waters, who was captured at CDB Zood early in World War II. And I had another cousin, George Patton, who came through and liberated that and sent the Germans packing. So seeing that was extraordinary.
Let's go to Park County. Cody, I saw you were at the groundbreaking of the big shooting complex and fired the first shot.
Yeah, no, that was wonderful. It's an M1 in Garand, and you think that's what a lot of soldiers carried forever, and it's about 9 pounds. The civilian marksmanship program still uses that rifle. It's a 30-06 caliber, but it was fun to shoot. Of course, John Barrasso, our senator, shot the second shot, and there's quite a bit of controversy about who hit the center and who was still in the target zone, but a little bit outside. We'll let people figure for themselves.
They both hit the target with this thing, and that's a significant caliber. That has a little bit of kick, but the weight of this rifle probably helped with how much kickback you get. Wow.
Yeah, you bet. Actually, John and I were joking afterwards. Whoever took the second shot should have just shot in the air and said we were so good that we just went right straight through the same hole.
Yeah, that's good. Also, you were in Cheyenne. I saw Sheriff Kozak and some of his deputy sheriffs were hanging in this honor flight program. You were there as well. I just learned about this program. It's really neat.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary thing. It was the first time they'd done it in Wyoming. Mostly the folks that ran the program were coming out of Colorado, but they wanted to make sure they took care of Wyoming. And so it was extraordinary to have lunch with mostly Vietnam, but I think there were 1 or 2 Korean vets that were there as well. And they do it right. They take them back. They get a chance to see them all, walk through that, and really get a sense of the history and how much this nation cares about the service that our veterans have given. It was great to see it was not only Sarah Kozad and all his folks. They did a phenomenal job, but folks like Patriot Guard and others were there as well.
Governor Mark Gordon, catching up with you. We have to have a weekly visit just to catch up with all the globetrotting back from Tunisia and that incredible exercise African lion, the Wyoming National Guard taking part, the groundbreaking of the shooting complex in Cody, honor flight in Cheyenne. Where are you off to next?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. I think I'm going to go up to the Two Fly and see if I can drown a worm or something. So that'll be fun. That organization has done so much good work on the North Platte through Cheyenne. It's made a great fishery.
The governor goes wherever they tell him to go next. Please wish the First Lady a happy belated birthday from us as well.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for being on. Have a great day. Governor Mark Gordon stopping in the Cowboy State Daily Show, just back from Tunisia, where the International Security Exercise African Lion 2026 took place, and Wyoming National Guard participating, and I'm sure showed the state well. Windy, dusty, dry conditions. Sounds like Wyoming National Guard and an exercise in Wyoming, doesn't it? Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more after this.
The midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. This is the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming.
With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
The 2006 Sportspersons Conservation Forum is set for June 26th in Gillette. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department, in partnership with Governor Mark Gordon and the Wyoming Sportsman's Group, will host the 2026 Sportspersons Conservation Forum June 26th at the Camplex in Gillette. Now in its third year, the forum serves as a collaborative platform for Wyoming's hunting and fishing community to engage directly with state leadership on wildlife management and policy. Game and Fish Director Angie Bruce says we look forward to continuing this three-year tradition of bringing together Wyoming's hunting and fishing community. She says the collaborative dialogue at this event helps us better understand our state's needs and ensures we are stewarding Wyoming's wildlife in a way that truly benefits our stakeholders. Organizers moved the event to Gillette this year to ensure accessibility for participants across the state's northeast corridor and beyond. The forum will include a mix of formal panels and interactive breakout sessions to maximize audience discussion. The agenda includes the following panels: Mule Deer Conservation Strategy, an overview of current management and recovery efforts, as well as Game and Fish's new strategic approach. Engagement and Involvement, it's guidance on how the public can effectively make its voices heard in the management process. Effective Policy Making, an analysis of the components required to build durable and lasting conservation policy. Landowner Investments in Conservation, a look at the role private landowners play in wildlife habitat and how sports people can foster better partnerships. Another panel, Public Access. This will include perspectives on maintaining and expanding access to Wyoming's outdoors. Wildland Fire Recovery. Here, panelists will discuss lessons learned from recent fires and current strategies for prevention and habitat restoration. Tickets for the forum, again June 26th at the Camplex in Gillette, are $25 and include lunch for a full-day event. Tickets are available online through the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's website. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Hey, thank you, Ray. Game and Fish Department. Catching up with the latest. By the way, speaking of game and fish, it's officially shed hunting season. And May 1st was the day, the opening of the backcountry, and all the wildlife winter closures. I think most all of them. There might be a few that extend through May 10th, but for the most part, I'm pretty sure you can now head into the backcountry. Winter closures for wildlife are now done, and we're all zooming out of the backcountry. And I saw lots of shed hunters all over the place. Although this is going to be, I bet this is a very challenging spring to find antlers. I didn't see in town, in Jackson at the National Elk Refuge, I didn't see the circus that often takes place there. Usually, I mean, they are lined up, man. Truck and trailer, one after another. I didn't notice what was happening there. Where I live, the studio, my home studio, is right abutting a state feed ground, and the elk really did not make much use of the feed ground all winter. I mean, we know what kind of winter it was, and there was not a lot of supplemental feeding. Many elk feed grounds didn't throw food at all winter. So did the elk congregate in these places to any degree? And that's where you can usually find the antlers, the sheds. But I don't think so. I think you're going to have to go high and far and wide to find antlers this year because of the mild winter. Let's see if there's a secret spot where Dale Killingback goes to get his antler sheds.
I have never done that, Jake. I'm sorry. I can't. Any anecdotes?
I haven't done it officially. Like, I find some elk. I just have never been like that crazy about it. I found some like antlers on the skull, like the whole thing, and I just took a picture of it and walked on. Where others they would get in fist fights over who saw it first. I don't know. I'm not that crazy about it. But
I'm with you, Jake.
Okay, we got that. We agree on that one. Let's talk about these mountaineers from Lovell who found themselves just by chance climbing Mount Everest. Did they climb Everest, or did they summit another peak near it?
They summited another peak, but they went up to Mount Everest's base camp. That was something that they wanted to do this trip. So they spent an overnight there. But yeah, these are two guys. You know, they're physically fit, but one of the guys was just watching something on Everest and happened to post something on Facebook, and his friend says, about climbing it, and says, this is easy. This is no big deal.
Right.
And so his friend messaged him back, hey, let's do it, So they started looking for a trip that they could do over in that area of the world, and they found a company that would take them up this 20,000-foot peak, and they did a couple of one other peak, I believe, as well as Mount Everest base camp. So they spent like 20 days over there just hiking through those mountains.
That's cool that they, it seems like everybody does Everest or attempts to do Everest. And we've seen the litter of oxygen cans and now bodies. It's nice to get over to Nepal and do another one, a different one. And there's nothing more Wyoming mountaineering than seeing a documentary Everest saying, how hard can that be? And these two guys did do training. Like they're mountaineers. They climb, they did the training, but they said really Even the thin Wyoming air did not prepare Kyle and Pete for the lack of oxygen. You hear it talked about. He's just starved for air.
Yeah, and that's, they did all these steps. They said that they did a lot of step training here in Wyoming, but yeah, once you get at the top of a 20,000 foot peak, I mean, there's not a lot you can do about oxygen. It is what it is, right? But that's something that, what's interesting is that you can do it. I mean, the fact that they accomplished that without oxygen and able to climb that mountain, and it's a trekking peak. I mean, they're not using really technical climbing, but they are roped in and they're facing, some difficulties along the way. So it's definitely an accomplishment.
Yeah. And the people who do Everest without oxygen, and I just have more and more appreciation every time I read a story about these climbs for the Sherpas, the natives that guide people up. Like, oh my God, they go up to the top, they come back down, and they cash the check, turn around and do it for the next guy. I'm like, holy cow.
Yeah, the Sherpas, and that's one thing that they talked about too, was just the appreciation for the Sherpas and their guide, and also the guys that carry the gear. I mean, those guys are amazing, being able to get around the mountains like they do.
Dale, I hope you can help us get Dave Reitz on the show. He sounds like a really cool guy. Dave has, in one capacity or another, professionally, and then just in his spare time, I guess he just can't stop bringing business to Wyoming. He's so good at it.
That was what was really interesting to me, was this story about him being in Hawaii, and this guy helps him out of the hot tub, and then he overhears this guy has a condo above him, and he overhears him doing a business deal. And so the next time he sees him, should I talk to him or not? Goes up to him and finds out this guy's going to do a business in Montana, and then recruits him, to come to Wyoming. Flies back. When they fly back, he actually takes him in to see the governor's office and the business people in Cheyenne. So yeah, just an amazing guy. He's in retirement age, but he's not retired, and he still is very enthusiastic about Wyoming.
Yeah, he loves Wyoming, and he knows a thing or two about business, and maybe, I don't know, in his whole career, his whole lifetime of trying to get people to make business in Wyoming, it's probably never been better right now. There's so many reasons businesses want to come to Wyoming, relocate to Wyoming. And Dave Reitz could help you out with that.
Yeah, definitely. What was interesting to me was back in the day, he actually recruited a Wall Street firm to come to Powell. So that was to me, that story was really cool. Him just saying to this executive, hey, why don't you bring your company to Powell? So a portion of it did come to Powell. So definitely one of those guys that gets things done. He's just a guy that the governors have turned to in the past and said, hey, can you help us with this? And so he did, and he got things accomplished.
Another Dale Killingback story, by the way. This is Dale Killingback we're talking to on the Cowboy State Daily Show. The story about the 15-month-old Glenrock boy who started having seizures, choking. The family called for help, and lucky enough, there was a local cop firefighter lived right next door, Shane Pierce.
Yeah, talk about good neighbors. What was really interesting to me is that, Shane hears this he's also a firefighter, so he hears a call go out, looks on his pager to see what the address is, and sees it's right next door. So he hurries up and gets his clothes on, runs out of the house, and at the same time, the people next door are running to get him. And so he goes into the house, and the grandmother gives him this 15-month-old boy who had not been breathing, and she had gotten him, I guess, to breathe a little bit. But Shane told me when he got him, he didn't look like he was breathing, puts him upside down over his arm and gives him some taps on the back, and this boy vomits up whatever was impeding his breathing, and then starts to breathe, but has been having like seizures. And so, keeps him, calms him. The kid comes out of the seizure, and then EMS shows up and takes him to Casper. And then life flighted down to Colorado. And the people in the hospital, the grandma told me the people in the hospital said without her actions and his actions, the baby would not be alive because they got him breathing again, and there was no brain damage or organ damage because of that.
I mean, when minutes and seconds count to have him right next door. So they did in the story, do you explain, Dale, they're probably making the 911 call as they're also running to the neighbor because they knew Shane was, cop, EMS training. They knew who they had for a neighbor.
Yeah, and this is one of the situations where they knew their neighbor. He knew them. He called them very good people. And so he'd been there for 8 years. He's been in Glen Rock as a police officer for 8 years. And he said that, yeah, he definitely knew they had a young child over there in that residence. And as soon as he heard that, he was getting ready. He was going out the door, to help.
Yeah, I love feel-good stories with a good ending there. That Glen Rock story, Dale Killingback's on it. The Lovell Mountaineers found themselves over in the Everest area and just thought on a whim they'd summit one of the other peaks. That is pretty cool. So Wyoming. And the Powell man, Dave Reach, you got to get him to come on this show. He sounds like a guy we need to be connected with.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
All right. Did your horse win the Kentucky Derby?
No, but I saw that race, afterwards, and that was incredible. That was like a Secretariat type win,
Dude, I know. When the horse is running at a whole nother speed, you're like, what the heck? He just shot right out to the front from the back. Yeah, that was pretty exciting. Yeah, my horse, none of our horses won. And when I did a little canvas of our guest Friday, we all picked winners and nobody was right. Horse racing.
That's life,
Yeah. All right, Dale, have a great week.
You too.
Dale Killingback of the Cowboy State Daily Show has got some great stories you got to check out. Lovell Mountaineers go to Everest on a whim. Yeah, just sitting back, watching the documentary saying, how hard can that be? They trained a little bit and they found that the lack of oxygen is for real. But they summited another summit, not Everest, but like baby Everest. The Powell man, Dave Reitz, who's been helping folks relocate their business in Wyoming for a long time, both getting paid for it and just doing it because that's what Dave does. And what a neighbor. Lucky to have a neighbor like this. Trained first responder, EMS, firefighter, cop, just lives right next door. Shane Pierce was right there, and probably a huge reason why this 15-month-old Glen Rock boy who started having seizures got through this episode. More coming up, including the former mayor of Rawlins. We're going to ask the question and hopefully answer it. Why does the pipes keep breaking in Rollins? It's been going on for a while. And the guy who used to be mayor there said, dude, it happened when I was mayor. And what's the solution? We'll find out. We'll do that next on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Almighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake in the final hour of our Monday edition of the show. Terry Weickum joins us, longtime Wyoming community leader, businessman, and former mayor of Rawlins. Raised in Torrington, he got to Rawlins as quick as he could and enlisted in the National Guard for 8 years. The Wyoming National Guard is our common theme for this Monday, I think. Mayor Weickum, how was... I don't have video on you, by the way. Is that on purpose?
No, it's not.
Just got to figure out what buttons to hammer on over there.
Yeah, for sure.
Every day I'm challenged with that. But I have my computer do all kinds of weird stuff. I'm like, this worked yesterday, and it doesn't work today. Okay. I see you're making like some kind of progress. Maybe. This story, by the way, that we're going to talk about from Kate Meadows, dropped on April 29th. 100-year-old Rawlins water system keeps failing, and the city says it can't afford to fix it. Band-Aids has been all they've done for a long time, back when Mayor Terry Weickum was in charge. It's been an ongoing issue for Rollins, even as Rollins' visitation is up. Well, that's another Cowboy State Daily story. Rural destinations in Wyoming, like Torrington, it just follows Terry around. Torrington is seeing a boom in visitation, as well as Rollins, and a little bit of Powell also. That's in the Cowboy State Daily. No luck, Terry?
No luck getting me on there, sorry.
All right, well, this will be fine as long as we can hear you, because we are doing radio as well. So what's going on in Rollins? Just old pipes? What's happening?
Well, we have quite a water system. We go to 26 miles south of town, and there's some springs out there, and then all that water, there's 3 wells out there, and it comes 20-some miles to town to our water plant. The problem is the pipeline that comes from Mount South is old. I mean, they put it in 1922, 23, and 24, and it had. I'm just going to tell you, it's a lack of maintenance. It's, there comes a time when I don't care whether you buy a car or a truck or whatever, it's got a lifespan. And Rollins has not put money aside to replace these things as they go bad. And of course, our constituents really love the low water bill, and they about hung me when we raised the water bill, but our water is not any more expensive than most places in the world. It's just that we've gotten used to low water prices. But we not only have to pay for the operation of the water plant and the water system, but we have to plan on upgrades later on, and that was not done. The money was not there. And I was the mayor for 4 years, and we worked very hard at getting money from SLIB and from the state and whatnot. This problem has gotten out of hand to the point where, honestly, I don't believe the people of this town can fix it without some help. And when I say help, it's going to have to be from the state or the feds or something. We're talking about, I've heard estimates anywhere from $40 to $60 million. That just is not easy to come up with. We can't raise the water rates high enough to pay for that. And when we did raise the water rates, our city manager hired a consultant that came to town and didn't really do what we expected. We had put together a committee of councilmen and city workers to work with this consultant. And the next thing you know, you go to the meeting and, oh, we're done with the consulting and you've got to raise your price to this amount to make it through. And then immediately we found that to be not sufficient to continue on. And so we had to raise the prices again, and that made us very popular. You didn't even really want to go to the grocery store, but it's just a matter of you got to plan for these things, and it just Rollins didn't do it. Wasn't good at it. My goal when I got elected was I was a county commissioner for 8 years, and that job was so much easier than being the mayor, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, we can get that water thing kind of whipped into shape in the 4 years I'm there. Knowing that it was built in 1 year and 9 months from out south. They laid this wood stave pipeline. They built the wood stave right in the ditch. They built a water plant. They hooked it to the current city water system. And that was all done in 1 year and 9 months in 1923 or 4. And I don't think much has been done since then. In 1975, there was a bond issue that came in front of the city, and it got voted down. And I didn't live here then. I didn't move here until 1978. But water we've always had plenty of water. It's just getting it from where it is to where it needs to be. And right now we've had several water breaks this spring, and I got to tell you, the guys that work for our water department and go fix these things are nothing less than amazing. They've got, unfortunately, a lot of practice, but
yeah,
but it's an ongoing problem. And I don't think this is a Rawlins problem. I think it's an every town in Wyoming problem. I really do.
That's what I was going to ask you. We're talking to Terry Weickum, former mayor of Rawlins. I see these issues in a lot of communities in Wyoming, and a lot of it is the subterranean nature of Wyoming and the thaw layer, the freeze-thaw cycle of what goes on under the ground. It's not a wonder the pipes break. And you're talking about a system that was put in over 100 years ago, and little has been done to maintain it. They just cobble it together whenever a fix is needed. And this has gone beyond now what Rollins could ever budget for, isn't it? I mean, you can't. This is a major capital construction that'll have to happen. Rehaul. You're going to have state money, or maybe pass some kind of special purpose excise tax or something. I mean, Rollins can't pay for this in their regular budget.
Well, their special purpose tax, the 6%, the sixth penny, that's spent for several years. There was a bond issue passed, and it was huge, and that, so the possibility of getting that extra penny, that 6 penny again for this project, is years away. We also have that huge wind farm that's planning on going in. They extended their permit to 2019. Wait a minute, 2029, gee, many Christmas, I can't even talk today. So that will be huge for our town, but it's off in the future. And, you know, the way I see it, we go to the state and we're not asking them for their money. We're asking them for our money back, you know, and it's just hard to get help with these kind of issues. And I, you know, the smaller the town, the bigger the problems they have, because it's just a matter of, you know, quantity of people that just have a water 1,000 people. So, you know, the smaller the community, the bigger the problem they seem to have. When I got elected, I was, the first budget session, it was like, well, eventually we're going to have to spend some money on the water system. Well, that eventually turned into, hey, we have no water. I happen to be in Casper getting, some medical attention, and I get a phone call. We have no water in the whole town. I wanted to keep driving.
Was this in 2022? Was that when were you mayor?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've been through 2 city managers since then. The city manager we had during the water crisis, I'm not going to talk about that because I don't want to get in trouble here, but that wasn't done really right. Thank God for Lenny Lehman. He's our emergency manager for the county, and he pulled a team together that got us through it. We were supported by churches and just people and organizations. And 1 week, we did something that would normally take 3 or 4 weeks. And we have great people. We just, you know, don't have the money, and something's got to give. You know, I'm not sure how that's going to end up, but this is just bigger than we can pay for.
Yeah. You saw that. You saw this day coming as a city council member. You thought, you know, one day we're going to have to do this right, and we're going to have to do it like from the ground up, because 100-year-old water system. And that one day came when you were mayor. Sure enough, you thought, how hard can this be? And you found out, well, really hard. We can't just keep piecing it together when stuff breaks every spring. Rollins is faced with a huge challenge of paying for maybe redoing the water. And you're not the only town, the only city. Certainly there's probably others that would love to get a major project done, but how do you do it? How do you pay for it? Especially when you got property tax relief and less revenue there. It's always a tight budget. I don't know. What do you think the answer is?
Well, I truly believe we're going to have to get some help from the state. The state is going to have to realize that water is just not something we can do without. We have to have it. It's a health, safety, welfare type thing. And, you know, we can keep putting money in savings accounts and all that and pat ourselves on the back of how much money we have. But the people's quality of life in Wyoming could sure be a lot better if they had the support of the state. And when you talk to the legislators, it kind of bugs me because, you know, it's like that's their money. Well, where'd they get it? You know, and just give some back here. And the thing of it is we always talk about jobs and economic development. if we had our water system up to top notch and all of our infrastructure in town fixed, I know we could attract more businesses. But I've been told by some of them, I'm not going to invest $750,000 in this particular franchise and then find out, we have no water, which would, cripple them. And so, it has to get fixed. It just has to get fixed. Now, how? I wish I knew. 4 years, I beat my head on the wall. I spent several days in Cheyenne begging for money and driving in nasty snowstorms and all that to get over there to voice our opinion. And we got some. There's no doubt about it. We did get some, but not enough, and it's if we did, here's what I don't understand. If a city does better, then the county does better. And then if the county does better, the state does better. So to not help us put both feet in the game and attract more businesses, there's your economic development that just is not happening.
Yeah, and we hear that over and over. Economic development is the buzz phrase, but that's limited by very often the actual infrastructure in place in any given community. How can there be economic development when the people that already today live in Rawlins don't know if the water is going to turn on when they turn the faucet? It's an ongoing issue. Fix it once and for all, and then we finally maybe have a better path forward. Terry Weickum is with us, former mayor of Rawlins. It's been an ongoing issue, and spend money to make money, or spend money to save money. What do you figure you're spending annually just to send your water department out there to fix and fix and fix?
Well, I can tell you that it's not as much as replacing all these pipes, but it does add up, and I'm telling you, these poor guys, they'll work till 3, 4, 5 in the morning, sleep in their truck for an hour, get back up and get back in a piece of equipment. And they've done a stellar job of taking care of us, but it needs fixed. It just does. You used the word Band-Aid earlier, and we did fix everything that went wrong, but we didn't fix it all, and it needs done. The water system in town is just the same age as the water treatment plant and the feeding of the water treatment plant. And like I said, we have enough water rights we can support. I've heard all kinds of numbers, anywhere from 40,000 to 60,000 people. Well, the problem is getting it from where it is to where it needs to be. And it's 26 miles or so away. It's just one of those problems we cannot. There's no way we can expect the people that live in town today to pay for all of this. It's just gotten out of hand.
When they put this water system in Rollins, Babe Ruth was playing for the New York Yankees. That's how old this system is, and it may need a major overhaul. What's it going to take? A catastrophic failure? I don't know. Rollins probably not alone in communities that they've got water, and they have water capacity in theory, but how often are they in the ground fixing a pipe break? Maybe too often. Let's fix it right and fix it once and for all. Thanks for being on, former mayor of Rawlins, Terry Weickum.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. Have a great week. Yes.
I'm good.
The issue in Rawlins is highlighted from the story of the Cowboy State Daily that you probably read from. Is that a Kate Meadows story? I think it's Kate's story. Kate Meadows wrote that story. 100-year-old Rawlins water system keeps failing, but the city can't afford to fix it. And as we discussed with the former mayor, I'm sure Rawlins isn't alone with very old water systems, water and sewer, that were put in place decades ago, in Rawlins' case, over 100 years ago. And then, every spring, as will happen, pipe breaks, no water, and you got to send folks in to fix it. And if only you could have a one-time fix, like let's redo it, acknowledging that a 100-year-old water system is bound to fail too often. I feel for him in Rollins. Yeah, stories I was looking at on nationally that we still haven't got to. Where is my... I was talking about the former FBI guy, Comey, and the latest in that, the acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said the FBI had evidence against James Comey beyond his sharing of the 8647. If you've ever seen that, the 8647, 8647 social media post, is that encouragement? Is that suggesting the assassination of the president? We've seen 3 attempts now to date on President Trump. James Comey under investigation. The latest from Todd Blanche, acting AG, says anybody who shared similar messages, 8647, would not face prosecution. What they're going after Comey for is something that is above and beyond that, in addition to the 8647 thing. Well, big thanks to all our guests today. We had plenty. Laura Blaul was on today. Zack Guild, Speaker of the House Chip Neiman, Larry Barttelbort. I hope you bought your new book, Cowboy Soldiers, from him. Domenic Bravo was on with the Wyoming Tourism. Jason Isaac, Shaul Hurwitz, Brittany Wardle, Governor Mark Gordon, and Terry Weickum. Wow, what a lineup. And we are out of time on this Monday. We'll catch you again tomorrow, same time. Have a great day.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.